Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the March 7th, 2 p.m. business meeting of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. Welcome, everyone. Looks like we have a great crowd today for some really exciting stuff. We want to start each meeting like we always do with our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Vice Chair, Charlie Waters, and the invocation by the good Reverend Hernandez of the La Iglesia Comunidad de Esperanza, Church of the Nazarenes. Pastor, please stand if you're able.
Board, thank you for having me today. Thank you. Let us pray. Lord and Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for guidance and grace today. We pray that this body of public servants, that you guide them to serve and conduct the affairs of Goochland and its people. We humbly ask for peace, wisdom, and support as this board makes decisions as stewards who are entrusted to the care of the community. We ask that this meeting is filled with your counsel, clarity, and harmony in the intent of the mission to serve the people of Goochland. Our Lord, we pray for Goochland and its people, and that you may continue to provide peace and to prosper them. May the service of this body bring you glory, you who are our loving God and merciful Lord, now and forever. We ask this in your holy name, Jesus the Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we got half of the contingency here. All right. I see it. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Peterson, I see Mr. Lind made it through. Mr. Peterson has let us know that he is on Route 6 en route. We will continue with our agenda with the chair's comments. I'm excited that we have our town hall meetings coming up. This is the chance to come and engage with the Board of Supervisors and the school board and the county administrator and superintendent of schools. Tomorrow night is the District 4 and 5, which is the Residence Inn at the Notch. Districts 1 is Thursday, March 23rd at 6:30 at Byrd Elementary. And Districts 2 and 3, Thursday night, March 30th at 6:30 at Central High in the Education Center on Dogtown Road. We hope folks will come out to that. We will be talking mostly about the budget, but it is an opportunity for us to talk, and staff is there to answer questions and to really hear from you what it is we can do to serve the citizens of Goochland County. And then I just wanted to say that some of the board members and I today got to attend the groundbreaking ceremony for the Chick-fil-A in the eastern end of the county. So very exciting to see that coming. And they have let the folks, so for all those in districts 1 and 2, they are aware that that's pretty east. So they know the citizens wanted to come further west. So we got to support this one. And hopefully we'll get some more out west. But we thank them for that. Mr. Carpenter, your comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just one item. Today was the Virginia statewide tornado drill. Reminded our citizens that we're entering that part of the season when severe weather can hit. It's happened here very recently and we know it. So please be aware of your surroundings, listen to the warnings, and take cover if you hear them. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, now I'm going to open the, this is the time for us to, board, is there anything that we need to reorder the agenda? I see Mr. Lind made it in, so that item will be taken care of, but anything else? Are there additions, deletions? All right, if not, we'll go with the agenda that we have. And on that agenda is the citizen comment period. This is a chance for citizens to come and speak to the board about issues regarding Goochland County. We ask you to come to the microphone. Please give your name, your address, and speak for 3 minutes. A light will go off with about a minute, a yellow light will go off when you have about a minute to go, and it'll start blinking really fast, so you have to speed up your speech. I'm just kidding. But Joy asked you to do that. For first, though, I would like to call Mr. Robin Lind to come up specifically because I know we have quite a few people in the audience about something very special that we want to address for the citizen comment period. Mr. Lind?
The pictures of the flag and everything, so if you want me to help you, it's
Thank you
all
so
here,
much.
okay?
Stay right with me.
I will.
You're choosing the phone a friend option already.
This is my, yes, call for a friend, please. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'm Robin Lind. I'm appearing here today as president of the Goochland County Historical Society. And I'm here to request approval of the installation of an historic marker in front of the County Administration Building to commemorate the integration of Goochland High School and the end of racially segregated education throughout the county. As I look at the members and people on the board and most of the people in the room, not many people are old enough to remember this. But on this very day, 58 years ago, March 7th, 1965, about 600 unarmed, nonviolent civil rights activists, men, women, and children, set out from their church on a protest march seeking the implementation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They were attacked by state troopers, county deputies, as they crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. That was a day that shocked the world. And this is the anniversary of that day that history now calls Bloody Sunday. In Goochland, 58 years ago, 11 years after the U.S. Supreme Court had ruled segregated schools unconstitutional, and 9 months after the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited discrimination in public facilities, Goochland County schools were still segregated by race. With approximately 1,100 black students and 900 white students, there were 2 schools, one white and one black. 2 white elementary schools, Goochland and Cardwell, and 3 black elementary schools, Roundhouse, Kanawha, and Byrd. A group of courageous pupils and their parents instituted a class action lawsuit seeking an injunction, quote, to provide for the prompt and efficient elimination of racial segregation in public schools of Goochland County. After the suit was filed, the Goochland County School Board adopted a freedom of choice plan on June 8, 1965, for the desegregation of schools in order to comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. In the fall of 1965, 62 black students transferred to white schools, and as a result, there were blacks, quote, and I'm quoting from the court order, in every grade in every white school with the exception of the 6th grade at Goochland Elementary School. At Goochland High School, 14 black students were admitted, 1 each in grades 11 and 12, 2 each in grades 9 and 10, and 8 in grade 8. They are the students who will be recognized on this marker. It is their courage and example, and the courage, endurance, grace, and commitment of their parents that we celebrate with this historic marker. These Goochland citizens believed in what Abraham Lincoln called the better angels of our nature, and they challenged the county to live up to its ideals. It's my honor now to ask Linda Glover Minor, one of those brave young 8th graders who went on to a distinguished career as a teacher in Goochland County schools, to please rise with her fellow students and be recognized and perhaps say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. I am Linda Glover Minor. I reside at 2754 Broad Street Road, Gum Spring, Virginia, 23065. And it is with grateful appreciation and appreciative heart that we say thank you to the Goochland Historical Society, Mrs. Christine Dunn, Mr. Robin Lynn, Mr. Vern Fleming, and Mr. Dementi for their work on this historical marker to represent those of us who were the first African-American students at Goochland High School. This room was our auditorium when we attended school, when we came into pep rallies to cheer our football and our teams on to victory. We would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your approval today and to place a mark on the ground where this historic event took place. The Board of Supervisors and your approval will continue the heritage of this event. This marker becomes a primary source in which one can study the past and serves as a beacon of light for the future. We thank our parents, the NAACP, and other community leaders who supported us and pushed for the laws of the land to be followed. Although there were obstacles, there were challenges, but we did meet with many successes. This marker lists the names of the first 14 Black students to desegregate Goochland High School in 1965, 11 years after the U.S. Supreme Court declared the segregation of schools unconstitutional. All 14 students graduated from Goochland High School with their respective classes. Today, 2 of our 14 are deceased. 2 students reside outside of the state, but 10 students reside here in Goochland and the surrounding counties. We have with us today Priscilla Copeland, who was a 10th grader at the time, Aretha Robinson, who was also a 10th grader at the time, Diane Patricia Lewis, who was a 9th grader at the time, Serena Robinson Harris, Jackie Carroll Jackson, and myself, who were 8th graders at the time. And we are glad to be here, and we wish that you would approve this marker for us. Thank you. A lot of my former students are here today, and that's great. And some parents I see are here today, too, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minor. I think it is worth noting, and thank you for your words. This effort is in collaboration with Goochland County, the Goochland County Historical Society, the Goochland branch of the NAACP, and Goochland Rotary Club. So just amazing to see that group, all those groups come together. Mr. Lynn, did you have?
I was just going to, I think telepathically, Ken Peterson, who is stopped because Route 6 is blocked, but he's sending me a message to move the adoption of this motion.
Thank you, Mr. So, board, we are asked to provide our consensus regarding this. So, all those in favor of approving this wonderful marker, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll continue with our citizen comment period. You come up when the microphone's free.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
My name's Melissa Glave, and I live at 3188 Running Still Lane in Gum Spring. Our business, River Road Cottage, is located at 2905 River Road West. River Road Cottage has been in business since April of 2019. In October 2022, we received a letter from Goochland Commissioner of Revenue requesting a list of all of our vendors. This was a surprising request, as we had been in business for 3.5 years, and this was the first time this request had been made. We called the Commissioner of Revenue to understand why this request was made. The Deputy Commissioner of Revenue told us they needed to confirm that all vendors doing business in Goochland County are registered through the Commissioner of Revenue office. We immediately complied, sending them a complete list of our vendors. At that time, we also reached out to our vendors to confirm they understood this requirement. And going forward, we have shared this information with any new vendors. This is where the confusion begins. The Commissioner of Revenue provides different information to our vendors when they have attempted to register for a Goochland County business license. It seems they are interpreting the law or ordinance differently for each of them. Fast forward to March 1st, when 2023 business licenses are due. One of our vendors went to register for a business license, expecting to have no fee based on the business license application. They are a Goochland County resident, and their sales are less than $10,000 for 2022. Instead, they were told they had to pay a $50 fee for a peddler's license. They were given no reason why they had to register as a peddler and not a retail business. They were confused and left. Another vendor living in another county was told her peddler license fee would be $50 for the first quarter and maybe more. Both of these vendors turned to us, the owners of River Road Cottage, for answers. We didn't have any answers. I personally went to renew my Goochland County business license for Missy's Back Porch, and I paid $25 based on my 2022 sales, which I expected to pay. When I asked why our vendors were told something different, I was told they had to register as a peddler. I asked if they could give me anything in writing or the ordinance that described our vendors as a peddler, and she said no, I could refer to the ordinance online. At that time, she also gave me a copy of a letter dated December 2022, that she said was mailed out to our vendors and other businesses in Goochland. None of our vendors received this letter. I did not receive this letter. We received a phone call this past Friday, March 3rd, from Deputy Commissioner of Revenue instructing me to tell any River Road Cottage vendor that has not already registered for their 2023 business license to hold off doing so until we hear back from her this week. She said the Commissioner of Revenue and County Attorney are meeting to clarify and redefine certain types of businesses. River Road Cottage's business license fee is based on the total gross receipts for the calendar year. This total includes our vendor sales. Why then are vendors required to pay a license fee based on their sales total when we've already paid that? As a small business, along with our vendors, we need clarification and your help in making sure small business owners are treated fairly and classified as the correct type of business under our business model. We love Goochland County, and we are proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clave. Appreciate it.
May I leave all these copies?
Please, could leave them with the clerk. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I was afraid I was going to need a stool. This works. I'm Lisa Bowen, 79 Deerwood Drive, Gum Spring. And I am also one of the owners of River Road Cottage. Missy has very clearly laid out the facts of the issue that has brought us here today. However, this issue involves real people, some from Goochland County, some not. People who have poured their hearts into their businesses and into River Road Cottage as a whole. If you take the time to get to know our people, you will find that there are many reasons why they are vendors with us. A way to afford extras for their family, therapy, a way to stay active, and just to name a few. None is to get rich. They choose to be a part of this community whether they are from here or not. These same people participate in special projects that benefit our community. Some of these projects include donating to Goochland County School fundraisers, GYAA fundraisers, and donating food to the Goochland Food Pantry, and that's just a few. We strive to help our vendors grow and succeed. We strive as a business to help our community grow, to serve as an outreach, a helping hand, a place to receive an encouraging word, smile, or needed prayer. Without clear guidance from the county regarding operational procedures, we are limited on how we can guide our vendors. Without support from the county, our small business cannot afford to be the vital and contributing part of this community that we are and that we wish to remain. These types of businesses may be a new concept for this county. I encourage you to come visit us, talk with us, get to know our strengths, get to know where we struggle. We are more than just a business license fee.
Thank you, Ms. Bowens.
Hi, my name is Teresa Butler. My address is 1990 Sandy Hook Road, Goochland, Virginia. I'm also the owner and operator of Sixpence Home Decor at 2913 River Road West, Suite E in Goochland. We also have a similar business model as River Road Cottage. I'm here to also represent myself. This is my hometown. I grew up and raised here, so it's very important for me to keep my small business here where I grew up. We also received the same letter from the County Commissioner of Revenue's office stating that each one of our vendors and consigners would need to have their own business license and also have to pay a peddler's fee. Well, our business model is not in the ordinance that is currently written. From everything that I've looked at, everything that I've read, my vendors, everyone else has reviewed. From what I could tell, Goochland doesn't have something that supports our actual business model. So we're here trying to get that support from you guys to be able to keep our community together and our customers happy, because everyone that comes in we're so glad you're here. We're so glad you're here. And with the way things are going, it's making it harder and harder and harder for small businesses like us to continue. Our business model is set up to where we pay all the state sales tax, we pay a larger business license fee, we pay all the insurance, liability insurance, we pay for it all to cover everyone that's a vendor in our store. Our vendors aren't coming in, sitting in, and selling their items to each individual customer that comes into the store. And the way that this ordinance that the county is the commissioner's office is trying to read, is that they're peddling, and they're not peddling because they're not there accepting the money. They're not there selling their goods. We're doing it as a business for them. So therefore, we feel like it needs to be reviewed. An ordinance needs to be put in place to support our model and not try to take wording to make it fit what it doesn't fit. And that's what I'm here to support. And I hope you guys will reach out to us. Easily found. I'm also a realtor in Goochland. So with that, it even says that I would need to get a peddler's license, I guess, to be a realtor also in every county that I sell in. So it covers a lot more than just one thing. So y'all could always reach out to me. I'm easy to find.
Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So folks, we try to refrain from outbursts, so I know they're doing a great job.
Hello, my name is Marcy Reese. I live at 4135 Shannon Hill Road, Columbia, Virginia. Lived in Goochland County 21 years. I am a consigner at both River Road Cottage and Sixpence Home Decor. I sell my crafts there. I like to make stuff. Sometimes I get stuff from the dump, whatever. I do have a business license. Basically how it works is I bring in my merchandise, I price it, I key it into the system, the shop owners sell it for me. They take their commission, they take the rent based on how much space in their shop I'm using up. I get a check at the end of the month. I'm a consigner. Goochland County doesn't currently have anything like that on their books. However, neighboring counties do. Hanover does, Powhatan does. I do business in Powhatan as well. We're all a little confused about this whole thing. I'm mostly confused about why now is this coming up when they've been in business for quite a while. We could use some help and guidance on getting this resolved for everybody. And I can assure you, Goochland County is getting their tax revenue. They're getting everything that they should be getting. The Commissioner of Revenue has sent letters to some people, not others. It's not really fair across the board. They want to change the current ordinance to enhance the peddler's description. We don't fall into that category. We don't fall into the itinerant merchant's description. And if they're going to try to do that, I think that's wrong, that's something they're going to try to do. And I've still got time left. Woo-hoo. And just to, for the record, that the Commissioner of Revenue does not write the laws. They can enforce them. They're going to try to make us fit into what's currently on the books, and that's just not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese.
Yep.
Anyone else like to address the board with concerns from?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road, Chairman of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District and the Farm Bureau, Goochland Farm Bureau Director. My comments are my own, not on behalf of either of those organizations. But I want to start off by saying thank you, and I'm going to name names. Mr. Cash met with the Farm Bureau recently and did a really great job explaining the draft solar collection facility ordinance that you all are looking at. He was very patient, very kind. We really do appreciate the outreach that he took and made to come. And I just want to make sure that his time was recognized and appreciated. I also want to mention and invite you all to join us for lunch or for the whole day, if you're so inclined. On March 22nd, the Area 3 Conservation districts are meeting at the Ag Center out on Dogtown Road. This will be about 15, maybe 18 different counties, 6 different districts. We do this annually, so it's our turn this year at Monacan to host it. Not to try and bribe you, but Pigs and Smoke are going to be catering it, so there'll be some good barbecue there if you'd like to join us for that. We also at Monacan are beginning our work, like you, on our 23-24 budget. We are on track. We're not counting the chickens, they haven't hatched yet, but it looks like we'll have another $1 million year in distributing agricultural support to producers here in the district. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, all of that's not in Goochland, but we are putting as much effort as we can into getting conservation on the ground here in the county. On a Farm Bureau note, Dr. Raley, I can't turn around. We are also supporting Ag in the Classroom. I Love Strawberries is the book that we'll be distributing, and it's almost a little bit of a how to plant strawberries and grow them yourself. The last thing I would mention is that you are aware of it because you're supporting it. April 1st, there's going to be an Ag Fair out at the Ag Center on Dogtown Road. People who maybe have not had an up-close and personal experience with livestock are able to come out and, I don't want to call it a petting zoo, but there'll be some livestock there and other agricultural-focused things. The last comment I wanted to save is on the solar, whoops, I'll save it for later. Thank you. Well, I think, oh, whoa. What was that comment? See, I'm trainable. The solar policy currently mandates that solar collection facilities be on agricultural land. And I would hope that that will continue to evolve. We have a reclaimed landfill here in the county that potentially could house solar collection panels. And it's red, so I'll sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else for citizen comment? Okay, seeing no one, I'm closing the citizen comment period. Board, you have in your packet the meeting minutes from the joint work session January 11th and the regular meeting January 7th. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those. Do I have a motion to submit them into the record?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes from those 2 last sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lasclette. Any discussion, changes, amendments? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. All right, now we'll move on to the section of our business meeting where we go through our reports. Our first report is from our good friends at VDOT. Mr. Wynn.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter, Marshall Wynn with VDOT. This past month, we had 141 work orders, completed 153. Had 6 after-hour call-outs, been doing, maintenance activities throughout the month, pothole patching, shoulder repair, pipe replacement and cleaning, ditching, sign repair, and trash pickup. Couple of things to note, and I think Mr. Peterson probably went through the Route 6 paving operation. So,
You're stealing my thunder.
yeah, I went through it too. So just to let you know, because I knew they were going to start yesterday. And I shared that information with, Austin, that sort of thing. They should be done with that paving project within the next couple of weeks. So it shouldn't be an issue after that. One thing for Chief Ferguson, the Opticon installation is complete. So if you have any issues, let us know. We'll get with the right people. The other thing, the pavement marking on Whitehall, I'm working with pavement management now. Probably sometime in April before we can get out there. They're waiting on paint supplies to come in. I don't have anything else other than I will be back tonight at 6 for the fairgrounds presentation. Other than that, if you have anything else, let me know.
Thank you. Board members, anything at this time? Mr. Peters?
Can't resist. Mr. Nguyen, thank you for that update. And I certainly don't mind you closing down our main thoroughfares midday on the first Tuesday of the month. That's your call. And you did mention that you let Austin know. How far does that notice go? I'm happy to make alternative arrangements to get here. How far, for instance?
We let him know last week that work was going to start on Monday, March 6th.
Okay, how about public safety? Because I wasn't so worried about myself as I was sitting there for half an hour after I changed all the presets on my radio. And
Didn't share that information.
I was running out of things to do. I looked around and didn't see any emergency vehicles. Sometimes you'll have a sheriff deputy or a state police with the lights going as a traffic calming. I didn't see any of that. There's a public safety, were they aware that they'd lose a half an hour if they were trying to get to a house fire? Don't know?
Didn't supply that information.
Oh, boy. Okay, maybe that's something we can work on together.
Do that in the future, okay?
Let's work on that together to get
Right.
better at what we do. Okay, well, thank you for that. That's all. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Waters?
Just a simple question. What size project does it need to be to get the screen, those boards up? Construction coming 2 weeks from now, construction coming a week from now, you know what you see on the
message
highway,
board.
you see it everywhere on the
Yeah,
highways.
we supply message boards for detours and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And usually we do that 2 weeks ahead of time, something I can look at doing in the future.
It's not based on size of the road, it's okay, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, they have a pilot truck running through that area.
Yep.
And I was sitting there probably 10 minutes. I was sitting there about 10 minutes, I can tell you that. So.
Okay. Thanks.
But that's an extensive, they're milling 4 inches, putting 2 inches of intermediate mix and 2 inches of surface mix, and then putting pavement marking down through that section, from Cardwell to Dover, 2-mile section.
When we met with staff for our quarterly update, we had talked about the website that kind of shows the updates for the projects when they're going on and the new paving schedule. I looked last week and that hasn't been updated yet. Do you know, can you find out when that might be updated? Reason being, I'm getting calls probably every 2 to 3 days about Rockcastle and just how, they did the first treatment to prep, which makes, I understand in life sometimes things have to get worse before they get better, but a guy called, he almost lost his Jeep because he hit the thing the wrong way. So it's creating a dangerous situation. So I'd love to be able to tell them, well, it is on the schedule and here's potentially when.
I mean, the only information, I get a 2-week look ahead,
Okay.
and that's the only thing I can really,
Well, they have
send
that,
out.
I think Philip was referring to a website that I've gone to and I found, and it shows sort of schedules, like tentative.
It shows the roads that are going to be resurfaced,
Okay.
is what it shows. It's a certain color before it starts, and when it's finished, it changes color,
Okay.
is what it does, so.
Okay. Mr. Peterson?
If I could, I did a couple other things. I had gotten some notices from citizens about the intersection of Mannequin and Hermitage. Had you gotten looped into that at all? I guess there was some accidents there, and they were wondering if we shouldn't do some enhanced stop signs or something to prevent future. Anyway, Hermitage and Mannequin is one of them, and then the other one that continues to come up is Hockett and Tucko Parkway, with limited visibility. And on that one, it was more if there's going to be a firehouse there, maybe some signs down the road that say caution, firehouse ahead or something like that.
I'm sure it will. I know there's a fire station planned for that area,
Yeah.
at that intersection.
Those were the two intersections that citizens had brought to my attention
Okay.
over the last period of time. So
So Hermitage and
Hermitage and
Okay.
Mannequin.
And Mannequin, okay.
Yeah, I
At the
think
T, which intersection? The western one?
the southern one, I guess it is, or the
Okay.
eastern one, or.
I know what you're talking
You know
about.
exactly where that
Yeah,
is. And
yeah.
a lot of folks don't come to a full stop till they're in the intersection. I think
Okay.
we just had a recently, you can confirm with the sheriff, there was just recently a pretty good accident there. So if we could
Okay.
just take a look at maybe some advance notice there. Citizens were suggesting possibly a lighted stop sign like we have up at Fairgrounds and Broad that seems.
Understood.
Calm things just a
I
little bit,
think we
so.
already have a stop ahead sign on both legs of that. But something I'll have to run through traffic engineering to get approval for.
Understand.
Okay.
I appreciate your efforts on that. And none of this should in any way discourage VDOT from spending money in Goochland, okay?
Understood.
We really appreciate everything you do, all right?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank
All
you
right.
so much, Mr. Wayne.
Thank you, see y'all tonight.
All right, thanks. All right, next up, we have our Director of HR, Ms. Shalitha Dyson, for our introduction to new county staff.
Good afternoon, Board Chair members, Shalitha Dyson, HR Director, and I have the pleasure of introducing our February hires for Goochland County. As I call your name, I just ask that you will please stand. First, on February 1st, Mary Zapata joined the Finance Department as the Purchasing Director. In this role, she will oversee procurement and management of a variety of commodities and supplies for the county. Mary comes to Goochland with years of experience in purchasing in the public and private sector. She most recently served as a procurement analyst for UNOS. Adam Robbs joined the building inspection team on February 16th as the commercial plans examiner. As a plans examiner, Adam will be responsible for examining commercial building plans for compliance. Adam comes to Goochland from the city of Petersburg, where he served as a property maintenance inspector. He also has experience in engineering project managers. And I want to, again, thank you for joining the team and welcome you.
Welcome. Okay, staff, the next two reports, the Planning and Development Activity Report and the AP report from our treasurer are included. Please refer to proper staff and our treasurer if you have any questions. And now we have Mr. Drumright for our monthly broadband report.
Good afternoon, Paul Drumright, Community Affairs Manager. And if you just give me 1 second. I have visuals I'm bringing with me today.
Well, I think knowing that some of the folks that spoke earlier today for some of the other things might be interested in your update, since I think it might affect them in a positive way.
Yes, sir. Again, Paul Drumright, Community Affairs Manager. It's my pleasure to give you a broadband update on our broadband projects we have going on in the county. We have here on the map in front of you focusing on our major project, which we refer to as the RISE project, Regional Internet Service Expansion, that we are partnering with Firefly Fiber Broadband, as well as Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission and Dominion Energy, Rappahannock Electric Co-op, as well as then about 12 other localities. As you can see, it is a puzzle piece for this project, and a couple of my updates are going to go into a couple more maps. But for staying on this one first, I want to highlight that the Firefly footprint area, so the blue areas, which let me see if I can get that. So up here and right here, service is available today. So it has been available, it is. If you go to fireflyva.com, you can get service, sign up to get service now. So they've already extended it. They're hooking up people as people sign up for it. Moving into, this is the Rappahannock Electric Co-op area. So this area right here, and then this area right here, they are right now, as we're speaking, building the fiber in that area. They expect to have connections to that area starting spring 2023. So again, that's part of the greater project, but that Rappahannock has been building the backbone fiber for that. Firefly is going to be doing the last mile connection. This area is what we call the reconnect area, and it is kind of a scattered area, as you can see. And that's because this was a USDA grant that we applied for actually in 2020. It had to be a second application in 2021. It did get funded, and they are set to start working on that summer of 2023. They are right now in the engineering phase of that project. So that is going to be completely underground, done by Firefly themselves. And so that's, again, in the engineering phase, and will be moving forward. They right now estimate the summer of 2023. Moving back to our larger map, one of the major things that we keep talking about is where is Dominion in their component on this project. And so happy to share an update that I have from Dominion. And so Dominion is going to be building the middle mile fiber in the yellow areas. And they're also going to, and so they're going to be doing that. And then Firefly is going to build the last mile after that. Firefly will lease the middle mile fiber from Dominion and then build the last mile connection to homes. So where are we today? Right now, they have about 29.85 miles left to go through in their review process of getting easements in their design. And then they've already done 78.44 miles of that. It's a total of 108.29 miles of middle mile fiber that they're going to build there. So they have almost finished going through that project, doing the quality control of their design to get started. I bring good news because they've actually already identified where they're going to start their first build. And we've been saying back in the fall, it was going to be about 5 to 6 months. I believe they were here in November. It was going to be about 5 to 6 months that they were going to get started. Happy to report that they have now said it's going to be starting in a couple weeks. Where they're going to be starting is this blue area right here. So the 3 square area of the county, they are going to get started working on that in a couple weeks. After they finish there, they're going to be moving back to all the other yellow areas. But for now, we're going to be focusing on that blue area, the 3 square area, where they're going to be starting to build that middle mile fiber. And I'm also pleased to report that Firefly has informed us last week that they are going to start data collection in this area as well. So Firefly is starting their process before Dominion has even gotten any fiber middle mile built, which is great to hear, great to see that they're moving together in tandem forward on that project. As everybody will recall, Dominion has given us that they will have all that middle mile fiber in all that yellow area built by the end of this calendar year, so by the end of 2023. And as it's built, it gets turned over to Firefly, and Firefly will start their process, build their last mile connections, and start hooking up folks. So if you live in this blue area, be on the lookout for a notice from Firefly. Make sure you sign up and make sure you register with Firefly so that when they come in and get ready to connect, you can get service. And that's the main update I have, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I sense a big sigh of relief there, Mr. Dermott.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's great. Any questions, board? So right now, the message to citizens in that area is you're going to start seeing trucks from Dominion. People should be looking out at your mailbox and right from Firefly. So signing up is key.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you're going to see trucks from Dominion starting to do the middle mile fiber, and it is going to be underground fiber for that area. For most of that area, it's going to be underground fiber in that area that they're going to do, which is better because it's not on poles or anything, so it will have less opportunities to be damaged unless somebody's digging in the yard. But so you're going to see trucks from Dominion. You're going to see contractors from Firefly coming through that area, doing their data collection, doing their what they need to do to start finalizing their plans in that area. So it is coming, it is happening, and once they finish that area, they're going to be on to the rest of those yellow areas. It's just a matter of time. We appreciate everybody's patience.
Thanks for all your hard work, Mr. Drumright. All right, great news. Always leave on a good note. All right, thank you. All right, board reports. Anything from any of the, Mr.
Yeah,
Lumpkins?
on the transportation planning or our TPO. I hope everybody's registered for March 17th. It's just a couple hours early in the morning, transportation forum. TPO is doing that in partnership with Chamber RVA. Chamber is going on their trip in Kansas City, their city trip in Kansas City, and we hope to give them some things to talk about with transportation and bring back to us. In April, we should have on the agenda, I'm hoping, I'm chairing, you'd think I'd have a little more control over the agenda than I do, but
I know the feelings, Mr. Lumpkins.
but we're hoping to get on the agenda a decision, trying to get TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, which is the county's technical folks, to give us a recommendation on cost overruns. That's been a topic for the last 6 months. We've seen a lot of cost overruns on some projects, typically older projects that, were stagnant, but there's also, they can't be explained away by inflation and supply chain. So I think one of the things we're looking at is a couple of options. So we'll see what TAC recommends, but that's kind of an important decision. I think it could have significant impact on regional projects if we get a little better handle on consistency and how projects are going to be developed, how they're going to be designed. So, and we're going to work in conjunction with the CBTA, I hope to, because I think that the concern I have for smaller counties is design and planning money. If we were to, depending on this recommendation that comes from TAC. So lots of good things going on. As you all know, transportation has become much more of an issue that we deal with. And so I appreciate y'all having me representing you on the TPO. I think we're potentially doing some good things. So see you on March 17th.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Ms. Lasclette.
I was just gonna say, we need to get that on our calendars. John, I don't know who does that, if that comes from Plan RVA or whatever.
I'll send Ms. Piskowitz
Yeah, that'd
the
be
invitation that I got. And you can register online, but I'll send you that invitation and we can share that out.
Right, right. And also, the Goochland County Sheriff's Office has posted delays on River Road. So get their app. They're supposed to.
Thank you. All right, any other reports? Mr. Peterson, anything from Finance?
Yep, Mr. Chair, the Finance Committee did not meet this month, but we continue to refine and iron out the wrinkles in the budget before it comes to us back in April. Part of the challenge, of course, is about a year ago, the experts were predicting a recession any day now. 6 months ago, they were predicting a recession any day now. Today, the market experts are predicting a recession any day now. And so we're trying to keep pace and run alongside the outlook, given that crystal balls tend to have some fog in them. So we're continuing to refine the numbers and iron out the wrinkles and see where we go. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other lights on for the board reports, thank you for all the service that you do around in representing the county.
Nothing for CBTA?
No, I would have said something otherwise. I'm not shy. So going into our consent agenda, we will have Mr. Carpenter go through each of the items, and we will discuss whether we want to approve as a slate or pull anything out, and if we have any questions. Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have today in front of you 4 items on the consent agenda. The first item, 5655, our school board was awarded $100,000 in ARPA funds, another $23,460 in USDA funds. These funds are designated to purchase 250 student iPads and to provide the cafeteria supply chain assistance within the cafeteria fund. No local match is required. The next item, 5645, Goochland County has participated in a nationwide opioid lawsuit like most U.S. counties have. Recently, several national settlements have occurred between Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and others, resulting in claims being paid. We are asking the board to adopt this resolution so as to allow us to participate in these settlements and allow staff to execute the documents as needed. Once approved, all funds received will be administered pursuant to the terms of the Virginia Opioid Abatement Fund and the 2021 Settlement Allegation MOU that was entered into between Goshen County and other municipalities in Virginia and the Virginia Attorney General's Office. This is recommended by the county's outside counsel, the county attorney, and is consistent with the recommendation of the Virginia Attorney General that we approve this. The next item, 5641, authorizes the county administrator to sign an amendment to the existing contract between Goshen County and the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority for roll-off services and front-end recycling services. This will renew the agreement for another 5 years, from July 23rd to June of 28. And number 5663 changes the start time for the March 14th work session, which is currently listed as 9 to 11:30 and 1 o'clock to 3:30, to a start time of 1 o'clock to 3:30. Those are the items as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. All right, what's your pleasure, board?
I move that the Board of Supervisors approves consent agenda items 1 through 4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and discussion, and a second. Any discussion, questions? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. You have our consent to do some stuff. All right, moving into new business. Right now, we'll turn it over to Dr. Raley for the Goshen County Public Schools budget 2024 budget presentation.
Could you put it up there? Okay, perfect. All right, well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you today. My goal is to share with you the school board's approved budget for your consideration. But ultimately, beyond presenting a school board budget to you, I'd like to be able to use this moment to share a little bit of some of the workings of our school division. So any sort of financial plan must be aligned with what the school division or any organization feels is important. So throughout the course of the presentation, I'm hoping that you get a better feel and understanding for what happens in our classrooms on a regular basis. This is a school board budget that was approved unanimously last Tuesday, a school board budget that started in development back in October, and similar to the process the county follows. A lot of information has been gleaned through this process, with recommendations coming from classrooms, parents, students, principals, department heads, ultimately into an analysis from senior staff that was presented through several work sessions. We received survey feedback from our community, so this is reflective of a multitude of different input sources to create a budget that ultimately is going to allow our school division to build brighter futures in our community. I'm proud of this budget presentation and this recommendation to you, members of the board, because ultimately, as you'll see as we go throughout, this is a tightly wound budget that ultimately is only 0.3% higher next year than it is this year. So we're able to accomplish a lot with a little bit of additional resources along the way. So my goal for today is to share a little bit of the school board's budget philosophy with you, as this is a budget where I have an opportunity to share publicly the great things of our school division. I want to hit some of the accomplishments, and then our strategic plan outlines 3 different goal areas. I want to hit some of the recommendations for funding from each goal area, and then talk about opportunities where we have strategically abandoned some resources, ultimately to fund some of the needs of our school division. You'll see that we have reduced some full-time equivalencies. We've reduced some positions, ultimately to bring this budget in under alignment and truly balanced, and talk about the proposed funding sources for this. So a few things for us to hit today. It's important for the community and everyone to understand, as a school division, our core organizational beliefs. And the vision of this school division has been present for many, many years, dating back to 2011, where the school board at that time had the vision to develop what we want to accomplish as a school division, and it's quite simple. It's inspiring our current students, the next generation in our community, to make a positive impact in the world around them. We know that we are educating the future leaders of this county, this state, this nation, and this world, and ultimately the work that we do as a public school division has far-reaching impacts, not only now, but well into the future. Our daily mission is to maximize, not not minimize, but maximize the potential of each and every learner that walks through our doors. We are a public school system that welcomes 2,600 learners from a variety of different backgrounds every day, and it is our mission every day to maximize their own individual and unique potential. We have 5 core values. These are non-negotiable core beliefs of our school division, that being excellence, number 1, creativity, courage, doing our work with honor, and at all times having optimism that the work that we're doing is going to make a positive impact in the lives of our students. And then 3 core goals that I'm going to hit today related to academics, the organizational climate, and then the resources that we needed to support instruction. So ultimately, this is a balanced budget that aligns the financial resources that we need well into the future and aligns those financial resources with our instructional goals and the goals related to our business operations. So there is not $1 spent in this recommended budget that does not align with what the school board has identified as a core strategic priority moving forward. At the end of the day, we have our vision, our mission, our core values, and our strategic goals, but ultimately every decision that the school board has made along the way is based on the students that we serve and making all of their decisions in the best interest of the 2,600 students in our public school system. The citizens of Goochland County have invested over $40 million in public schools in our community, and I am proud to say that every penny that is spent in public schools in this community is paying dividends time and time again, with students who in fact are prepared very, very well for life after high school. Students who are receiving exceptional instruction day in and day out in the classroom, and I can say that we are proud of every investment that is made and what we're able to do with those dollars and some significant accomplishments for our public school division. One of those accomplishments being that we are recognized worldwide as having all 5 of our schools as Apple Distinguished Schools. There are less than 700 worldwide. We only have 5 schools, and each and every one of them has been recognized for what we're doing to implement technology as a tool to support students in their instructional program. I've said it publicly, I'll say it again, but if we want students to do the work of the world, we need to provide the tools of the world, and certainly technology is ever present in everything that we do, and we've been recognized for how we're using that technology to support instruction. And for 5 years in a row, we're proud to say that niche.com has rated our public school division as the #1 public school division in this region. Not once, twice, 3 times, but 5 years in a row, we've been recognized as having the best public schools here in this region, and recognized as well for having the best teachers in this region as well. Certainly something for us all to be proud of. And this is a budget, and ultimately we are stewards of $40.6 million of taxpayers' hard-earned money. And it is our responsibility, a responsibility we do not take lightly, to make sure that we manage those dollars extremely well, that we are efficient, that we are transparent, we use those dollars to meet the needs of our school division and our students. And so we have been recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association for having a distinguished budget presentation, and I expect we will continue to receive those accolades. You have a copy of our budget book in your packet. I want to commend our staff for the great work they have done on that. If you ever want to find out anything about our school division, don't check our website, check that budget book, because there is a wealth of information in that budget book that aligns with all the financial resources that ultimately we need. Fully accredited, one of 10 school divisions in Virginia, with all of our schools fully accredited now for well over 10 years. And certainly we are an elite company when it comes to academic performance and the accountability of the taxpayer dollars that are invested in us. We are returning a strong dividend on that investment. We exceed regional averages. We exceed state averages in all 4 content areas. And you can see, based on performance metrics last year when it comes to performance on the standards of learning assessments, we are well above many of the school divisions around us, and I'm extremely proud of those rankings on an annual basis. And then our on-time graduation rate continues to rise. We're up at 97, 98, 97%. We're talking 1 or 2 students here that we need to get across the stage to get us to 100%. And sometimes, unfortunately, there are unique student situations that get in the way of that are out of our control. If it was in our control, I guarantee you that would be 100%. But you can see that we are exceeding the state average on-time graduation rate by nearly 5%. One of the things that we don't typically tout that I think we need to do a better job of celebrating is our Bulldogs who walk across the stage in June have the opportunity to go to any college or university in this nation and in this world. And so this is something that's hanging at Goochland High School, and it has a list of the students and where they're going. You can see that they're going to all the great colleges and universities in this state, and they're also going across the nation to a variety of different places. And so we are very well preparing students for success long after high school, whether they are going to college, they're entering a trade, they're going into the military, whatever students are wanting to do after they leave Goochland High School, we are fully preparing them extremely well. One of the things that we don't celebrate too is that we have one young man, Josh Usry, who is going to the United States Coast Guard Academy. I want to thank Mr. Peterson for the mentorship he has provided to Josh. This is the first time since we've had our ROTC program that we have had a cadet go directly into one of our academies. So extremely proud of Josh and the great things that he's going to do for this nation. We also have all-state performers in volleyball and in football, and we also had 2 young men who are going to continue their student athlete experience at a Division I college playing football next year. So you're not going to see that in any sort of numbers, but that's a testament to the successes of our school division. And so for the next few slides, board members, I just wanted to give you a chance to see inside our school division for a little bit. So these things are not going to show up on SOL results. They're not going to show up on MAP scores. They're not going to show up on any sort of state report. But this is what's happening inside our school division each and every day. And so you see smiles, you see engagement, you see the use of technology, you see students who are getting experiences outside of the traditional educational environment. You see students who are collaborating, working together. You see students who have a variety of experiences that are just second to none. And so ultimately, as a school division, we want to continue these positive experiences well into next year, and this budget provides the financial resources we feel can continue this strong track record and then continue to take us to the next level. So let's talk a little bit about those identified needs for next fiscal year that have bubbled to the surface through the process ultimately approved by the school board last Tuesday, now for your consideration. And I'll tell you, board members, this truly is a needs-based budget. If it's $104,000 more next year than it is this year, there's no fluff in this budget. We have looked at every budget line, we have looked at every resource, and we are making sure that we're using every resource very, very well. This truly is a needs-based budget, and you'll see at the end that there are needs that are not included in this request that in time you may see in future years. And ultimately, we had to prioritize as anyone would in any sort of budget. And so this presentation's included in 3 different goal areas. This is the school board's first goal area in their strategic plan, and that is instruction and lifelong learning. And you can see how that goal area is articulated as well as some of the strategies associated with that. I want to transition into a video that highlights our instructional program. I showed some pictures, but when you see through video what our students are experiencing, you maybe have a little bit of a better understanding of what is really happening in classrooms. Our school division is the first school division to be recognized by the Virginia Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development for what we're doing instructionally in our classrooms. They came and profiled Goochland County and spent a lot of time in our schools, created a 16-minute video, and I've carved that down significantly for the public to be able to see today. So it's relevant because it talks about the resources that we need from an instructional standpoint to continue our strong work. Goochland is unique and special in so many ways. It begins and ends with our people. We have amazingly talented individuals who are serving our community and supporting our students on a regular basis. Talented professionals who are dedicated to ensuring that we maximize the potential of every learner. And you see that daily in our classrooms with the experiences that are afforded to our children every day.
Have a really purposeful focus on the student experience. And we talk about that all the time, making sure that our students are having the best possible experience they can, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's on stage, whether it's on the athletic field. We want our students to have a great experience. And of course, that starts and ends with the people that work with them, the professionals that work with them.
Goochland Elementary School is, you just get this feeling when you walk in the door of happiness. Everyone's welcome, everyone is included. From the moment you hit the office, we're excited to see you. When you enter your classroom, the teacher welcomes you with a smile. We make sure that we personalize experiences for everyone.
So teaching and learning at Randolph is really based on student experience. So when we sit down to talk about what that can look like, we start with the needs of the student. So first and foremost, we start with building relationships, obviously. I think that's where everything should start for a foundation. So our teachers start the year by team building with their classes, team building across different classrooms. So if there's 4th, 5th grade teachers, this year they started doing all different kinds of experiments and projects just to kind of show them that they're a unit. So you might have one assigned teacher, but we're all there for you. I think if I had to pick just one thing, it would be the people.
We're using every space in our building to make sure that the kids are getting exactly what they need and when they need it. You may even see volunteers working with students, especially in the areas of literacy and in numeracy. So Byrd is just a wonderful place to be. We have a wonderful school climate.
Teachers are so, they're experts on that content knowledge, and they really know what students need to be able to make that next step. But what's really great is that they're so willing to try new things to help students go deeper, really make the learning meaningful in the classroom and relevant.
I would call it a yes district in the sense that if you have a great idea, if you got something that's going to be good with kids, that's hands-on learning, we have an amazing CTE program, but I think that translates to our science classes where every day I'm out and about and I see science teachers in labs all the time. Like they're always doing something. You have our social studies teachers who are trying to bring social studies and history alive to the kids on a regular basis. Our math classes as well, getting out of the classroom. Like you don't have to do math in the classroom. Let's get out, let's go outside, let's take this math and make it real world.
I think one of the things that makes Goochland special is the trust that we have in our teachers and our professionals, and also the care that everyone has for the students.
Our teachers have the ability and the desire to be very creative in their classrooms. We want the teachers to be creative. We want them to try new things, and we support that each and every day of the year.
The Goochland County Public Schools are successful because of our people. So board members, the way that video ended is the reason we are successful. It really is, and we're not a manufacturing organization. We are a people organization who support students and are ultimately preparing them for graduation. And so this budget does include personnel resources in order for us to continue the great work that we're doing from an instructional standpoint so that we can take what we're doing to that next level. This is a budget that does include some additional staff, and a budget that reduces staff accordingly as well, but is a budget that's based on some data that understands the importance of some specific individuals who have done some great work for our school division. What you have on your screen here is some data from the spring of 2021 and spring of 2022. And during the 2021 school year, we hired 7 interventionists at our elementary schools, interventionists who were designated to provide some pinpoint literacy and numeracy support to our most reluctant learners. And so at the end of the spring 2021, we had 31% of our students in grades K1 and 2 who were not meeting a statewide benchmark. With the interventions that we included for those students last year, you can see that that number dwindled from 31% of our students to 19%. And I dare say that when we do this analysis at the end of the year, that 19% is going to continue to decrease. Ultimately, we want that to get down to 0. So this budget does include not 7 of the original interventionists who are hired, it includes 4 of the interventionists we see that we need to continue to do this great work. And so that is one data point, and as Mr. Lumpkins knows, we're a school division that values growth over achievement. It's been embedded in our DNA for many, many years. And so this graph shows the percentage of students who met or exceeded their growth goals in mathematics at the end of last year. And you can see that those students that did not have any intervention, we had 69% of those students that met their goal. And the more intervention that students received during the course of the year, you would expect that, yes, they would have more success. And that is what we are seeing in this data in mathematics. But it's exacerbated when you look at reading. Only 56% of our students met or exceeded their goals if they did not have any intervention. But if you're a child in reading at the end of last year that had intervention throughout the course of the year, 78% of those students met or exceeded their goals. So this shows that the investment that we have made in those interventionists is returning dividends in students who are more successful than they would have been had they not been there. So we have included 4 interventionists in this budget, And this is just a testimonial from one of our students' parents, as well as one of our staff members who just understand the importance of that additional support. This intervention is above and beyond what the regular classroom teacher is able to provide, as well as some reading specialists as well. This budget does include an additional science teacher at our secondary level. What we are seeing, board members, is a variety of things that are creating this need. We're seeing increases in class sizes. You can see that right now we have upwards of 30 students in one of our science classes at Goochland High School, 25 students in a middle school science class, and that has increased, as you can see, significantly from the average class size just last year. And there's a reason for that. Our Advanced College Academy allows students to graduate from college before they graduate from high school. And as you can imagine, that program is in hot demand. It's a great investment for our families. They're able to have an associate's degree for their children by paying a negligible cost. They have 60 transferable credits they can take to a college or university, so families have seen the successes and want to be a part of it. And so with that increase in ACA participation, it's created a little bit of a burden on our staffing levels, and this secondary science teacher will help us alleviate some of that demand that we have. And this is just a picture where we have a whole lot of students in a science class at Goochland High School, so the secondary science teacher will help us to be able to reduce some class sizes. The budget request from the board also includes a reading specialist at the middle school. We have a need to support our students here to a greater level than we ever have. We've had some great success with this staff member as well, and the board is recommending that we keep that position, as well as some additional math sections for our reluctant learners at Goochland High School. So all those positions are aligned within our first goal area. You can see in summary in Goal 1, it's a budget that has $506,000 of additional investments in this goal area. You can see that it's a total of 4.5 FTEs, supporting also some of the needs of our CTE courses, some additional investments just because of inflationary costs related to supplies and software and field trips, appropriately funding our graduation, and some other things related to our advanced learners who are in our ACA program, so a total of $500,000 there. The second goal area, I'm going to spend a little more time on this because, as I've said so many times today, it's our people who do the great work of this school division, and this goal area directly relates to our employees. You can see the articulation of that goal area on the slide here. But this is our school division. In addition to the pictures that I showed of our students, these are the folks that do the work. And as you can imagine, we're a very complicated and complex organization with a whole lot of moving parts. We transport 1,000 students every day. We feed over 1,500 students every day. We provide a safe, comfortable environment for students every day. And all along, we're providing them with a high-level, world-class education. And so it takes staff to be able to do that. As you'll see later on in this budget, 85% of our budget is for the salaries and benefits of these dedicated and talented professionals who do the great work of our school division. So ultimately, it's our desire and our goal and our true need to be able to provide a competitive compensation and total benefit package for these dedicated employees who do so many amazing things for our students and our families each and every day. So board members, again, wanted to share some data with you. Each year in December, we analyze where we are from a school division competitive standpoint. This is specifically our teachers, and we rate ourselves against the school divisions that you can see at the top. And you see in parentheses where we rank in relation to our competitive school divisions at the 5-year bands on a 30-year salary scale. And you can see ultimately that we are below the median in all 5 bands compared to our competitive school divisions. We also look at where we rate in comparison to the median. So the median is in gray, we are in white, and you can see that differential there in dollar figures. We are most competitive at our starting salary when it comes to the median, but as time goes on, we really depart from the median based on years of experience for our staff. And so we've been tracking this steadily over time, and even with the investments this community has made in public education and salaries for our employees, unfortunately, we have not been able to compete to the level that we would like to compete. Just you'll see in a couple slides, green means that we are above the median at those areas. Yellow means that we are at the median, and greens means that we are below the median in our market. And you can see that over time, we've lost competitiveness in those 5-year bands since 2017. So that was for teachers. This is for all of our instructional personnel. We do have some yellow and some green at different levels there, but it is mostly red, as you can tell. And then we have invested in the past in our classified employees, our paraprofessionals, our custodians, and cafeteria food service staff. And so we've made a little bit of improvement here, more yellow and green on this matrix than you would see on the others, but there's still a fair amount of red, as you can tell. We all know that inflation is impacting each and every individual in this nation. And so certainly our teachers, our bus drivers, our custodians, nobody is immune from that. And so over time, if you look at statewide teacher salaries and you factor in inflation, the buying power of mostly everybody, but specifically teachers, has decreased over time just when you factor in inflation. And so I want to spend just a moment on this slide simply because as a school division, we've been able to hang our hat on some factors that have made it worth the drive for our teachers to come to our school division. There have been factors about our mindset of growth over achievement and the autonomy that we provide in some settings in our classes. Class sizes have been extremely important to our staff. The technology, we provide the best technology that money can buy, and the resources that we provide, that has been our competitive advantage in the past. And it's been what has kept our great staff here. But this vice is because this is a good symbol of what is happening right now as some of those external factors around us are really putting some pressures on those key ingredients that have kept us so successful. Things like incentives in other school divisions, an 8.2% raise in Henrico, gas prices, inflationary pressures, lack of housing in some markets. All those things are putting pressures on our workforce, and with a highly dedicated and talented workforce, our folks can go anywhere they want and get a job. Now, we got to make sure that with a competitive compensation package and doubling down on some of those other factors, we can keep people here, but it's going to become more and more challenging as things evolve in the world around us. So all those competing factors are certainly impacting every employment group, and our teachers and other employees are not alone. So this budget, like the county's budget, does include a 5% raise for all employees. Our employees who earn a proficient or exemplary rating, if this budget is approved, would earn a 5% raise. Our employees who were rated as needs improvement or unsatisfactory would not be the beneficiary of that raise because they did not earn it, but it does include a 5% raise. And we have modified our health insurance structure slightly. Like the county, we are experiencing the same increase in health insurance premiums that you are, but in order to balance this budget, we had to make some strategic decisions related to health insurance, and so we are trying to incentivize our employees to move toward the high deductible health insurance plan. Ultimately, it is an employee's choice. They have to do what is best for their family, but you can see on the far right red box that those employees who choose the high deductible plan would not receive any increase in their health insurance premiums. In that section, we would absorb the cost of the premium. At the $500 deductible level, the school board has decided to do some cost sharing there, where the school division would pick up 50% of that increase and the employee would pick up 50% of the increase. And then folks at the $250, the school board has decided that 25% of the increase would be picked up by the school division and 75% by the employee. So ultimately, this is a personal choice by our employees, but something that we had to do in order to make the budget balance and provide some options for our employees. Within this goal area, the budget also includes a school social worker who's doing some amazing work to engage our families and to build stronger connections and relationships with families. So it includes that position, as well as retaining the school counselor position that was grant funded at Randolph Elementary School, as well as a dean of students position that was grant funded in the past. It includes that position, will allow us to continue our great work that we're doing from an instructional standpoint at Goochland Middle School. So as you can imagine, with all the personnel costs associated with this goal area, this is where we see the most expensive ask, and that's $1.8 million in new money, a total of 3 FTEs. You can see that 5% salary increase is $1.2 million, $216,000 for health insurance, as well as some initiatives for retention and recruitment, as well as supporting our teachers through mentoring, and then working to enhance our communication with families and community, $48,000 there. So the last goal area is related to facilities, resources, and technology. And just in summary, $352,000 in new money here. Most of that is for fuel costs, as well as some inflationary adjustments for our food service program. So that is where most of those dollars are spent in that goal area. So as a school division, we call this strategic abandonment. As I said, we scrub each and every budget line, and we ask questions about, is that expenditure really returning the investment that we need to continue our mission and vision and core goals? And so we've been able to do this every year. And as a school division, initially you kind of get the low-hanging fruit, but we've really rolled up our sleeves and we found some opportunities where we can use some financial resources differently. And so this budget includes a reduction of 2 full-time FTEs, as well as a couple other part-time FTEs that you can see there in the middle FTE column. It takes a look at some of our software programs that we're going to abandon in the future, as well as some savings for our special education program, and then some other testing programs and consulting fees. So you can see, all in all, we've been able to strategically abandon or reduce this budget by $427,000 in order to make it balanced. So in summary, all in all, this budget includes an increase of $104,451, which is a 0.3% increase in last year's total budgeted investments, total of $40.6 million. And you can see where the FTE changes have happened there. We did experience a significant reduction in federal revenue, and that's the grant dollars that have expired. And then you can see where some of those changes are in each school area based on local and state revenue, as well as some of those federal resources. So just a 0.3% increase. 78 cents on every dollar is dedicated to instruction and technology to support our instructional goals. So the money is going to the classroom to support our core instructional objectives. And then, as I said before, we are a people-heavy business. It is our people who do the great work of the school division. So 84 cents on every dollar goes to support the salary and benefits of our highly dedicated and talented employees. So 84% is for salary and benefits. So that's on the expenditure side of the house. The question is, how do we fund these resources? And this budget is based off of Governor Youngkin's budget in December. We know that there was a House version, a Senate version. Now they got the skinny budget. Ultimately, we don't know what the final version is going to be. If there are adjustments that come out of the General Assembly, we don't see them as being significant. So this is a time when it's a good thing to have a 0.8 composite index. We don't see a whole lot of changes in the state that are going to impact the bottom line on this. There is a little bit of an increase in state aid built into this, 0.6% increase in state sales tax, and you can see a significant reduction in federal aid, and this is the funding cliff that we were all preparing for in past budgets. This shows over time the distribution of state sales tax in blue, as well as other state revenue, and there is a pretty significant increase there in orange based on state basic aid. And this board has historically supported us to a great extent, and I'm thankful for all of that. You support us very, very well. This community has made a significant investment in public education, and I am proud of the returns that we're providing on that investment. This budget does include an investment of an additional $1.251 million in additional county transfer for the next fiscal year, and that you can see that that is still a significant investment, where 68% of our budget comes directly from the local taxpayers here in Goochland from your transfer to the school division. So thank you for your continued support. Here's a distribution of that based on county transfer, state, federal, and local dollars. You can see that the federal dollars have decreased significantly, but that's an overall distribution over time just based on total revenue. And again, board members, this is a balanced budget. I'm proud to present a balanced budget from the school board to you for your consideration, and it is $104,451 greater next year than it is during the current year. And you can see the distribution of those resources based on different funding streams. As I said earlier, this is a needs-based budget, and there are things that we were not able to fund in this recommendation to you for your consideration, and so we typically tier these out based on priority. This is our first level of priority. If we are able to receive additional revenue, we would want to put 3 additional interventionists back into our elementary schools, just because we see the significant value in that. Some other tier 2 resources that we are not able to fund, again, these fall a little bit lower on the priority level. And then ultimately, we have requests that came from the community and came from our schools that we're not able to fund, that are probably something we'll see in future years, but just don't meet the need at this point in time. And then ultimately, one-time costs. If, in fact, we have a fund balance at the end of the year, these may be things that we would potentially utilize one time expenses for. We have a list of those things as well. So I'll pause there for a moment, board members. That was a lot related to operations before we get into capital improvement. Any questions or clarity that you may need?
Thank you, Dr. Riley. Board, anything at this time? Mr. Lumpkins?
Just a couple questions. Thank you, Dr. Real. And I know this is a lot of work, and so thank you to you and your staff and the school board too
Sure.
for digging in. Just in the beginning, you were talking about some increases in percentages that threw me off, but later in your, and by the way, you answered, I was scribbling questions I had, but you covered most everything as you got into it. But on the operating changes, the county is, your overall operating budget is increasing by 5.9%.
The overall operating budget is only increasing by 0.3%.
That's what you said in the beginning.
Yeah.
So why, so in our slide, in our packet that, we had that I reviewed before the meeting, on packet page 90, it's dated, and the footer is dated 2/1/2023, so February 1st. And so when I was listening to you and I was looking at our packet, I started thinking, maybe this is not current. But then I went to your budget book, and the numbers do look like they're the same. Has the budget changed a lot since February 1st?
No, sir, it hasn't changed much at all. Without knowing the math, the local transfer may be 5.9% increase potentially.
No, well,
No.
the local transfer, county transfers increased 4.9, according to, let me just stick to the packet that we have, because that's where I have a little more detail. So the packet that we have on page 90 says the county transfers increased 4.9%. The overall total transfer, the total school operating fund is 5.9% increase. Now, that increase, I think, I'm gathering it's from amended 2023 to proposed FY 2024. And then there's, so I need you to explain what you just said, that this different increase, because the school operating fund and the rest of the things like the textbook fund, other revenue funding, school cafeteria fund, I mean, they all in, maybe it's all in grant funds? Is it the grant funds that totally throws this off?
Go ahead, Nancy. Go ahead, and answer it.
So it takes all the funds to run the school. So the operating fund did go up by 5.9% because we picked up all the loss of the federal fund at the bottom, which is a negative 52%.
The school federal grants funds, that significant drop is what gets you to that total of all funds number that you're talking about.
So
Yes,
there's-
sir.
So there's operations, food service, and then federal grants. Operations
it now.
was the increase with a significant decrease in federal. That's where you get to a,
So the $2 million decrease in federal, I know
So
you say it takes all the money to run the schools. What did the federal grants cover?
the fe-
instructional,
All
100% instructional, yeah.
Yeah, the federal grants are all those things that we received through the COVID years, and many of the things that were strategically abandoned were funded with COVID funds. Some of them included in this request. We're recommending that we continue. That funding cliff has happened. The expiration date for all of that is, we spent those funds, and so now we're making that transition from the use of those federal funds to now other more sustainable resources.
I see, and I see the bottom line number now. I'm sorry, I was so focused. I was looking at textbook and special revenue and cafeteria, and I was like, well, those don't impact this that much. But then there's the one at the very bottom.
Yeah.
That kind of wiped it out.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for that. But so the county transfers are nearly 5%, an increase. The county's contributing nearly 5%. Can you explain the SOQ, state SOQ revenue jump of, it's 16.6%. Is that based on enrollment, or what else is going on with the SOQ revenues? Just, I'm kind of curious because that's always a sore point with the SOQs.
So it's an interesting transition that the state's making. So we had that sales tax revenue. We got $600,000 for next year for the grocery tax hold harmless. So it's actually the tax has dropped. It's actually pretty level for us, that if you look at the tax revenue, it's level over the 2 years. We would have had a $600,000 jump in tax if we had, in the tax and not in the SOQ. But they're plugging the gap for us, and it's called SOQ funding. It's no longer called tax funding.
I understand that, except I don't understand why. Why did the tax revenues drop?
The state plays a little bit of they make an adjustment, that if you get an increase in state sales tax revenue, that they drop your basic aid. And then it was complicated this year because of this grocery tax hold harmless, that they wanted to keep school divisions whole, and they plugged it into the SOQ category just for categorization.
Glad you're doing this stuff.
Because they got rid of the grocery tax, and so
they put
they
in a
tried to
hold
protect
harmless
us.
plug
They-
in there, right?
Right, and so they're using SOQ funding, something other than sales tax, to pay for that $600,000.
Thank you. Okay, good. So other folks have time. I'll just tick a few more questions that I have. And you answered, I was asking about how are we holding up on raises? Because you said in December you do a comparison. That chart you showed us was December numbers.
Correct.
When you talked about Henrico, I think you said Henrico 8% or things like that. Is that what's coming, or is that in the December slide?
So the December is based off of 2022, 2023 numbers. What you saw in the presentation, that was as of December of 2022. Of course, every school division, every locality is considering their budget. As we know, Henrico just announced a proposed 8.2. Hasn't been finalized by their local government, but that's
What are
something
some
we
of
got to
the
pay
others
attention to.
doing? I mean, we're doing we're talking, your budget, you're bringing us a budget with a 5% across the board.
Yes, it depends on the locality. There has been some conversation in the General Assembly about a 7% raise for employees. There may be school divisions that try to get there, quite honestly. But for us, as we know, that is not something that is easily done in our community, simply because of our composite index and the standards of quality, where any sort of raise, this community absorbs 87% of the cost, where the state picks up 13% of the cost. So it does create some challenges.
Your 5% raise for budgeting, you talked about, folks that get it and folks that don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Is your budget considering 100% of your employees get it?
For budgeting purposes, yes, that's not going to be the case, but for budgeting purposes, yes.
I jumped over to your budget book, and it looks like your health insurance, which you talked about, and we talked about last month, the health insurance, you're still plugging in an 11% increase. You're still basing that on an 11% health insurance increase.
This budget includes an 11% increase. We're going to present the school board next Tuesday with a minor adjustment based on what we're learning from our consultants, but this budget includes an 11% increase.
And I haven't asked our county side, but is it coming in closer to what we were thinking, like the 9?
I think I was told 9.9% potentially. Yeah,
Exactly 9.9%.
exactly 9.9.
So, yes. So what we did, John, was, Mr. Lumpkins, was we shared that 1% savings with our employees. So it actually puts about $20,000 scattered through our budget, our part of it. So
You're still gonna do what you proposed for
Yes.
the adjustments with the, I think
Right.
incentivizing the HSA component. I would
Yes.
say incentivizing the HSA, but might be articulated differently. That's good. Last, I think you covered your enrollment numbers. I did see, and I was gonna ask you, and I think I do this every year, like, where are your challenges areas? And we talk about special ed. I saw SPED contractual services dropped quite a bit.
Yeah.
And that looked like in one of your strategic abandonment. So I was just gonna ask about that, and then just say in general, where are your challenges that lie ahead in your instructional side of things?
Yeah, that specific situation, we had a student that was the recipient of some pretty in-depth services, and so that student has graduated, so we don't need to continue that contract. So I give myself credit for strategic abandonment, but it's just a matter of graduation. I would say that our continued need is just making sure that we can hire the best, retain the best, and train the best. And so it's the people who do the work. And so given all the pushes and pulls and tensions that are in a workforce, how can we continue to keep the best? And we talked today as a staff that, yes, we're proposing a 5% increase, but what are the things that we as leaders can do to double down on providing some things that don't have a cost impact? Is it time? Is it other experiences? The support that we provide? There's so many things that really we just have to think differently about given some of those challenges.
Are you still looking at, when I was on school board, we always talked about like career ladders and career development, things like that. Is that probably always in the works, right?
Slow and steady career ladder development, onesies, twosies here or there. We just moved the position into a 12-month position for a career ladder, and so that's going to help us keep some talent around.
Gotcha. Thank you again for all you're doing and for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lascolette.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bailey. So I've got a couple questions. The interventionist, I can see where you're, think those are important part of your program. Do you tie those results to SOLs? Are we actually seeing specific results?
So these individuals primarily work with students who are not taking SOLs.
Okay.
Primarily our K through 2 students, because
Okay,
we want
gotcha.
that early intervention.
Right.
That's why we use the MAP data as well as the PALS data, which is not an SOL metric.
Okay.
To say this is how we're trying to attribute their work towards student success.
Right. And so do you track metrics so you actually can see?
We're looking
those are just-
longitudinally, like this student has had an interventionist kindergarten, first grade. Now, what are they going to do at the end of the second grade, so we can see how they've grown over time? So yes, we're tracking those students over time longitudinally.
Okay, all right,
Ms.
that's
Lascolette,
wonderful.
Can I, because we're talking about that, part of my question is about that. And
Okay,
I
sure.
was looking for clarification.
Yes.
The interventionalist role, how long has that been in existence?
Just 2 years. This is the second year. It is a grant-funded position. It is the position that we instituted using all those federal funds that we received coming out of the pandemic, recognizing that we had students with some significant gaps. And what we're seeing with those resources, that we're closing those gaps and ultimately pulling 3 of those away.
Right, so that's kind of what prompted the question, because I remember when we were talking about this, there was a lot of conversation about, well, yeah, this is to catch up from the COVID. So it's interesting to me that we're coming back to add to more of that program. If that COVID's going away, then the positions I kind of thought we thought they would as well.
Yeah, there was a need for these individuals prior to the pandemic, quite honestly. We had students that were unsuccessful in school, and if we could have provided some intense intervention, those students would have been more successful prior to the pandemic, and it was just exacerbated by the pandemic. Ultimately, as you can tell in our budget, we strategically abandoned positions that we may not need, and I hope that we can get to the point in time where every kid's reading on grade level and successful academically, and we can, abandon those positions. But for now, we still feel that we need 4 of them.
Thank you for letting me interrupt your questioning, Ms. Lascolette. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you're swerving into my next question anyway, so good job.
stressed.
Good swerve. So this is always a concern, whether it's a county issue or a school issue, is accepting a grant for a position, and then that position never goes away. They fund for 2 years or 3 years, and then we have it forever.
Right.
So how are you managing that, like dean of students? I mean, do we really need that position?
Yeah, we believe that we do need
I mean,
that
I'm not gonna
position.
pick on that one, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying that's one of them.
Yeah, there are positions that are not included that have been grant funded. For example, we had a substitute teacher in every school that was called a permanent substitute. That is not included in this budget. We had other positions that were grant funded that we realized we can't continue to fund those positions. We don't have the resources, and we've had to prioritize and triage. So all of the grant-funded positions are not included. We've made cuts, and there are several folks that have been told, look, the grant's drying up, you're not going to have a position next year, you're welcome to apply for other positions that we have. And so there are multiple examples of that.
And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that very much. Because I just assumed that position is going to continue on forever, and now it's no longer funded by, federal or state government. Okay, so the next question that I have, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, is we're talking about the students who get the college credits before graduation, which is awesome. A very, very great program. And I know there was a lot of talk at the General Assembly and other places about transferring those credits. Were they able? Can you just briefly tell us, are they able to transfer them like we would like them to, or is there still more work to be done there?
Yeah, I will tell you, we've had multiple success stories of folks who have been able to transfer. I'll tell you, in my family, my daughter graduated from Goochland High School in 2021. She enrolled in Virginia Tech, and she's going to graduate in 2.5 years because she took 60 credits to Virginia Tech. And there are multiple stories of kids who have done that. And so for their families, it saves them all that 4-year institution money, gives them a chance to be a wage earner right off, a lot quicker. We are increasing the tuition for those families from $45 to $60, so there's going to be a little more investment on behalf of our families because of rising tuition costs being charged to us. We're passing that on to our families, but ultimately, The reason if you look at one of those graphs, our ACA numbers continue to rise, that's because the story's out. And our families are like, you know what, you're going to be a part of ACA because of the benefit. And so that's creating some of those strains on our secondary science staffing.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. But my question is, are they able to transfer all those credits to any state school?
Yeah, so.
I mean, I thought there was an issue there that they weren't able to.
Yeah, some
Am I
schools
wrong?
don't, Mr. Waters, the University of Virginia is not as kind to our ACA students as some of the other institutions. A lot of it is dependent on the school. Like if you transfer to UVA, you might get elective credit, but it might not go towards your major. But like a Virginia Tech, a VCU, some of those other institutions, like, yeah, you're going to transfer 60, 63 credits. University of Richmond, private school, they may treat it a little bit differently.
Right.
But 90% of the four-year institutions are accepting those
The
credits.
state schools?
Credit for credit.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
That's what I wanted to hear. All right,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lascolette. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I know an awful lot of hard work goes into this, and I really appreciate all the hard work you do, because our schools are very important, and you noted that this board does support the schools in a big way, because the children are our future, and we invest in them, we invest in our future. And we also are aware, citizens are aware of the loose correlation between quality schools and the price of their homes. So there's that to go as well. If I could just, I think it's somewhere around page 88, the pages aren't numbered, but it's the regional teacher salary comparisons.
Yes.
And I don't want to lose that picture. You look so great in a hard hat. I noticed you didn't need to bring your hard hat to this meeting, so that must say something. But I think it's page 88. It's the regional teachers comparison. I don't know if we can pull that up for the broader group here or not. Yeah, there's several comparisons. Maybe go back to the first comparison slide first, and I'll very quickly go through some of the other ones. There you go. If I just eyeball this, you can see that Richmond and Henrico occupy the first and second space pretty much up and down that whole list. And so I guess we're suggesting that we're a direct competitor of Richmond schools for teachers and workers and whatnot. But if you look at I guess there's 4 small, 1 Chesterfield, and 2 large. I mean, if you look at our similar size counties, you get a little different answer than if you blend in some of the larger ones. And I'm not suggesting we don't compete with them. And in fact, it'd be interesting for me to see for these regional competitors, if you will, the transfers out and transfers in from each of these to see, are we really competing with them or not? If we have 6 teachers that leave Richmond and come to Goochland and nobody goes from Goochland to Richmond, that might tell me a little different story than if they're picking up 6 from us and we're not picking up any from them, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting. And we don't have that now, and this isn't meant to be trivial pursuits, but to find out whether we really are in direct competition with some of these folks, it'd be interesting to see who's poaching from who and who's not. Just as a comment. So if we go maybe to the next page, you see here, some of the other slides show us red across the board. Well, all the way to the left, entry, $50. If we added $52, we'd get out of the red and into some other color, yellow or green, pretty quickly there with very de minimis, and even the $100. You get there pretty quickly.
Right.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that not many people say, well, I can get $75 more over there, so I'm going to quit my job and go to another. So where I'm going with that is the entry level, 0, 5, even up to the 10. Money may or may not be the issue. So really you jump over to the 20 and 25 where it's 3,000 differential. There again, if you take the larger 1 or 2s out, you get a whole different answer there as well, because they skew the numbers quite a bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, notice you used a median up top, which is good, because if you used an average, those outliers would skew the numbers pretty dramatically.
Right.
But so then on that 3,000 differential, maybe that's enough to initiate a move, maybe. So there's where I'd be interested to know, are we losing or gaining and with who, and so you kind of know who your competition is, kind of thing. So it takes this is great stuff, but it kind of takes it to the next level of visibility, and I see you want to say something. I'm going to pause for a second.
No,
Go ahead.
I value that perspective and appreciate that viewpoint, and I think that your analysis is accurate. The reason that we added Richmond City this year, it was not on past years, is because we are in fact losing teachers to Richmond City where we have not been in the past. It used to be Fluvanna. We were not losing any teachers to Fluvanna. Now we are losing teachers to Richmond. So that's why they're included. And so it is salary, but it's also 50% of our workforce drive 30, 45 minutes from these localities. And so many of them are, oh, golly, I can work right next to my house and make more. Do I really need to drive? That's complicating some decision-making as well, and ultimately all the more reason why we just got to consider all of these factors when trying to retain a workforce.
Sure, absolutely. I 100% agree. And if these are direct competitors that we are direct competing with, then certainly it carries more weight.
Right.
If it's just because there are neighbors and you put the numbers up, so you see where I'm going with
Sure,
that?
yes, sir.
It would help, that third dimension would help understand and say, this is really hard data that we should
Yeah.
maybe look at taking some action on, as opposed to it's interesting information kind
Sure.
of thing. So, great, so thank you for that.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Mr. Waters?
I just have one question, and this is asking for an estimation, so I'm pretty much guessing. We don't have exact figures. If we lose two or three teachers, what's the cost to replace them in your estimation in terms of search, interviews, all the resources that get expended for that?
I would say, the cost of recruitment would be about $15,000 by the time you think about training and, establishing culture and, the Goochland way of life. I think there is a significant cost associated with that departure.
Okay, yeah, I think that's critically important to consider when we're talking about these minor variations, is what really is the deeper cost. And, I appreciate how this budget stays so close to last year, but maybe in the upcoming fiscal year, we can just do a deeper dive into that to make sure we're not spending $250,000 here for replacement when we can do it with 36,000 here. So just a thought. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, if I can just follow Mr. Vitter's comment on that. Certainly, as we understand, there's going to be some turnover that, where a spouse gets relocated out of state, or there's going to be some where money is not really the issue. So it's really the discretionary ones that where a couple of dollars here may save, many dollars over there. Those are really kind of the ones we would like to focus on. The ones that are just, leaving the workforce or doing something different, then maybe we need to kind of.
And we have that data,
Isolate that.
and in future presentations, I'll be happy to share that with you. We do exit surveys for all of our employees, and we have tracked over time the reasons why folks are departing. And we're seeing people leaving the profession at a more rapid rate, quite honestly, and we are seeing more folks who are going to other school divisions. But we have that data. I should have included it, but we'll include it in future presentations. Sure. Yes, sir.
Just one question for me. The board did a great job of taking a bunch off my list, as did you, so thank you for the presentation. I just want to make sure I heard something correctly, because of all the years I've been listening to this one kind of shocked me a little bit. Meaning you said we have about 2,600 students, and when you started referencing transportation, 1,000 of those students use transportation. Are those?
It's probably a little higher. It's about 50-55%. Not every child rides a school bus.
I was going to say, because those numbers are more like 29%. Like, so we have like a significant amount of our students weren't riding the bus. So, but that may not be.
I think it's about 50-55%. So as you can imagine, we're going to have more of our elementary students riding the bus than our high school students.
Sure.
And
Okay.
on average, it's about 50.
That's all I had. Would you mind if we've been up almost a couple hours of this? Could we take a 10-minute recess before you
Yeah.
go into the Capitol? I don't know how long that is.
Just a few slides, but we can definitely take a break. Yeah, whatever your
Okay.
pleasure.
Big hand on the 12.
They threw the revenue summary, expense summary into their board agenda, which was not what we fed them.
Oh,
So I'm sorry that you didn't,
it is no worries,
you
Debbie.
didn't have that.
I just
I
couldn't.
was quick scrambling.
For these glasses, I couldn't read it.
All right.
Last one, your last one.
All right, if we could come back to order, please. All right, thank you.
Right.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rowland. Please go ahead.
Sure. Board members, just wanted to finish the presentation today talking a little bit about capital planning, and thank you again for your continued support of the new Goochland Elementary School. Certainly was a great moment for us all to be able to be a part of the groundbreaking, and really proud of the work that is happening daily on site. I want to show you just a few pictures of where we are and share a couple things that hopefully put a little smile on your face. So just for the benefit of the public, this is a rendering of the new Goochland Elementary School, which is going to open in the fall of 2024. We are fully on schedule and making great progress. Mother Nature has been very kind to us over the past couple weeks. These pictures are a little old. If you drive by the site, it's going to look even different than you see here. All the trees are gone. Sediment ponds have been installed. They are now starting to flatten for the concrete pad, which hopes to be starting to pour here in just a few short weeks. So a lot of progress has been made on the site, and really, this is again about a week or so ago, and all those trees are gone, all the dirt's gone. They're really making significant progress. It looks a heck of a lot different than it did when we were on the site just a few short weeks ago. So just an aerial view. We're providing continued communication with our community about the project, and working towards really good completion here in the next couple of months. I want to share just a little bit about some decisions made by the school board on this project that ultimately are to our benefit for the bottom line. We talked in the past about opportunities to continue to save dollars, and so the school board last Tuesday chose to purchase $1.6 million in HVAC equipment directly with Train and save $93,000 in state sales tax as a result. So those $93,000 go ultimately to our bottom line. Part of the budget included commissioning, where when we open this building, we test all the systems to make sure they're working per design. We had an initial budget that was higher than the actual cost for that commissioning proposal, so we saved a few more dollars there that go towards the bottom line. And then again, this coming Tuesday, the school board's going to consider another direct purchase program where we can save about another couple thousand dollars that goes towards the bottom line. So some positive developments there that ultimately, rather than paying sales tax, we can use those towards this project or future capital projects. And so a lot of great things are happening here. We remain on schedule, and we are under budget at this point in time on this project.
Great. Mr. Chair, were you able to sell the timber, or was this not enough timber?
Debbie, we were talking about that today. I don't think we were able to sell the timber. I think it was a credit given back to the contractor. But Debbie, what did we do with timber?
So the logging company that cut down all the logs and moved it off-site, probably a lot of the pine, we got a tremendous amount of pine off the property. So obviously it can be used for planks, but a lot of it will go to a pulp factory, pulp mill. We had what they call the money trees, the hardwood trees, so they kept that up at the end. So if you'd gone by at one point, you could see random hardwood trees on the site. And they waited till everything was down and they had the nice soft dirt, and they could drop those trees softly so they didn't break. And so they got some real money out of those hardwood trees.
I'm sorry,
But it is
did we get some
all-
of the money?
No, it was part of the bid. So the company that bid on the timbering part of the project took into account the money that they could get on harvesting.
It was all part of the contract
It was
price.
part of the contract, so there's no incremental change to the contract? It was-
Not on timbering, no,
It
sir.
was already embedded in the, okay.
We're creating a tremendous amount of mulch right now. So they've got a mulcher out there breaking it up, and it's going off-site. I'm not sure where that's going.
I will say on a positive note, there were some allocations for some of the grading, and we've only had to tap into that allocation just a little bit for some minor contingencies. So we expect we might get some of the grading back to us, some of that budget back to us, and we haven't tapped into contingency at all at this point in time. So the project's really running well. We have a great contractor whom you've met. I'll tell you, MVP is managing this project extremely well, and it's really been a positive experience to date. Yes,
No rock,
yeah,
no rock.
so, very positive. And so board members also, I shared with you, I think it was in January when we had a work session, we shared a variety of things that were requested of you by the school board, and I shared in that setting where we prioritize those items that were most important, understanding that there are limited resources and we have to certainly prioritize. But these are the things that I shared with you in that setting. And the high school HVAC certainly rises to the level of priority, and those things that impact life safety, like transfer switches and replacements of electrical switch gear. Ultimately, we'd love to be able to continue our replacement of our white fleet and our yellow fleet, but the things that are at the top, these first four bullets remain the priority for our school division right now. So, again, a budget that builds brighter futures. I hope that as you have digested this budget, you have recognized how we've been able to really use our taxpayer resources very wisely to be able to meet the continual needs of our school division. I hope that you have some pride in what we're doing and recognize the work of our team and how we continue to contribute to the overall success of this community. And anyway, appreciate your time and thankful for the opportunity to share today.
Thank you. Ms. Lasclette?
Thank you, Dr. Rail. I wanted to go back to the budget for just a minute, something I thought about, forgot to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
So our infamous electric school buses are expected to be delivered in August of '24.
August of '24.
Okay. So is that grant money in here?
That was for that grant money that you appropriated at your last meeting is in current fiscal year FY '23.
23, okay. And it's basically almost a wash. I mean,
Yes.
the cost of the buses is about, what was it, 100,000?
Yeah, the additional cost of the buses is in the school board's request in capital and also in the operational budget that I
Okay.
shared with you. Our request for operations includes 2 school bus replacements, and the capital budget has 1 school bus
Okay,
replacement.
so that's all built in?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you, that's what I
Yes,
need to
ma'am.
know. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rayleigh. Got one question. Back in my memory, a couple of meetings ago, a number popped up from the schools that were going to contribute to the GES cost, was about $1.1 million for a grant, a federal grant. And in a subsequent meeting, that number disappeared, and we were told that that grant wasn't going to come through. Is this ringing any bells, or am I just
We were trying to get an HVAC grant through the EPA, but that they said that our submission was not worthy of future consideration.
Okay. That brings me forward to today. In the transmittal letter to our chair from the school board, I'm going to page, it looks like page 2. Yeah, I'm not sure what page in the packet it is. It's the transmittal letter, is that 85? Okay, so then the next page is 86. The second, it's actually 4 out of 5, page 4 out of 5 in the transmittal letter, I guess, dated March 1st. I go to about the third paragraph. It's bolded FY '24 through '28 capital budget CIP. And I go to the end of that first paragraph the last sentence in that paragraph, and it talks about to help fund the HVAC projects in FY '23 and '24 CIP budget. The schools have transferred $1.196 million from the state's FY '23 school construction grant to the school's capital fund to fund the HVAC projects. Is that a $1.19 million grant from the state's school construction grant going to the GES construction?
No, sir. We're really going back in our memory here, but last in the FY '23 budget that was approved by the General Assembly, there was $1.2 million in specific school construction grants That was a conversation we had around this time last year where we said that is money that's going to come to the school division, and we're going to give that to the county for your use to fund our capital projects. And the county decided at the time that it was going to be $600,000 in FY '23 and $600,000 in FY '24. So that is not, in the conversations we had in the past, it was not for the new GES, it was for funding other capital projects and has been returned to the county for the use of school division CIP.
Okay, okay, because when I read school construction grant, I'm thinking, oh, good, we're constructing a school.
Yeah, it's just a
But it-
general term. It's just a general term that the General Assembly uses for that pot of money. It can be used for new construction, renovation, a variety of different things. Ongoing capital improvement is an applicable use of those resources.
So we're using it for maintenance,
We're using
replacement
it
of HVAC?
for, for your appropriation to us for capital projects for the other schools.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my original question, which is this that same 1.1 million showing up again? It showed up, it disappeared, it shows back up again. I just wondered if it was the same numbers we're chasing. It sounds like it's not.
We could follow, the paper trail is there. It's, that's.
The paper trail's immaterial at this point. And
It's not being counted twice.
It's not being counted twice, and this
Right.
is being spent on maintenance, not construction.
Right, that's correct. It's not for the new GES, it's for ongoing capitals for the other 4 schools.
You've answered all my questions. I appreciate that. Sorry for the trip down memory lane, but that 1.1 for construction seemed like a very familiar number that seemed to have been coming back and forth. So, thank you for that, though. Appreciate it.
Ms. Lasclette?
Okay, Mr. Peterson, made me think of something. So, Dr. Rayleigh, the fiscal year 2024 capital priorities, these are funded.
The fiscal year '24, we're seeking your approval of those funds as you develop
Part
the
of
budget.
this budget,
Part
right?
of the current deliberations that we're going through, yes, ma'am.
Because I think in the past, we have seen projects that could not be funded or had to be wish list, if you will. And you're not doing that this year, is that correct? I mean, I would say it's right or wrong, I just want to
Yeah.
know where we're at.
Yeah, the school board in December, they approved the request, and
Right.
certainly understanding that that request is likely not to be funded, just because of the multitude of needs that everyone has. So prioritized those requests from the school board on this slide that we had
I
earlier
got you.
today. So understanding, yes, all those are needs, but understanding that all those needs may not be funded, so we've narrowed that down to the
Got you.
prioritized needs.
Okay, that helps a lot, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, board, any other questions? Thank you so much to you and your team.
Yes, sir.
To your board.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, next for our reports, for our new business, we have an update on our village plan by our Deputy County Administrator, Ms. Crystal Onitis.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. It's on, good. Before I delve into our kind of written update for you all, I just want to let you all know that we've been working in earnest, our Community Development Director, Ms. Sherry, and our planners, our in-house planners, on taking everything that's been heard to date from you all as officials, from our planning commissioners, and most importantly, from our public, through the community input, from meetings to our online comments, and working on identifying a path forward and what that can look like. So I want to take a few moments and tell you more about that.
Great, appreciate it.
So as you all know, our small area planning efforts has been an ongoing priority for our designated growth areas in the Centerville and Courthouse Village areas. For this path forward, Goochland will be working with Timmons Group, a local firm based in Richmond, for a fresh perspective on our plans for the Courthouse and Centerville villages. Timmons Group will be reviewing all previous community and stakeholder input to build upon the work done to date. A central goal of Goochland and Timmons Group with this effort is to ensure that community input and feedback obtained to date is prominently highlighted, given the common themes expressed that we have heard and received online. So again, emphasizing that. Timmons has extensive experience with land use and planning, given their working regional planning given their work with regional planning organizations and economic development departments within the greater Richmond region. Additionally, Timmins has an established working relationship with Goochland County, and they've worked with us on a variety of capital and transportation projects and planning efforts previously. Through this review process, Timmins will propose a framework for the plans that will focus on regulating principles so that staff actually has a valid tool in their toolbox, rather than the one-offs that we continually see as applications inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. That identify appropriate development zones while balancing the unique character of each village and highlighting preservation. That is a core component. Once completed, plans will include a guide for future land use decisions to allow for flexibility of development within acceptable guidelines. And again, flexibility was another key core theme that we have heard, and that has resonated with staff, and we're making sure that we move forward with that. Goochland County, along with Timmins, will schedule meetings to provide a project update to the community, and they will also be presenting during future public meetings that we have for you all as a body, as well as the Planning Commission. And again, we hope to have a completed plan for consideration for you all for adoption late 2023. So within the next 60 to 70 days is when we're hoping to be able to get a bow, so to speak, on this and get it out to the public. Happy to answer any questions, Ms. Sherry and I, on where we are in this process.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Board, any questions? Ms. Lascolette?
All right, so just real quick, so kudos from trying to take this project forward. Really appreciate it. I think it's going to work hopefully really well. Keep our fingers crossed. So the next steps is we're waiting on their preliminary plans, then that's going to go back out to the public. Is that how it's going to work?
Yes, ma'am. Staff will actually be receiving a proposed framework this Friday, and I can actually let Ms. Sherry tell you a little more about that if you'd like.
Okay,
That
yeah,
staff will, we're already starting to get deliverables.
Okay,
and
that's
some
awesome.
processes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, as a matter of fact, we've been meeting regularly since we initiated the relationship. And so we are expecting to, as Ms. Oneida said, a framework. So hopefully, with feedback from staff, keep them on the right track. They are committed to looking back. I know they've already watched all the videos. We've sent them all the information that they need, all the tools that they need to be successful. So we are, we're in the process now of setting dates. I'm not going to tell anybody now because they're all tentative, but we are looking to keep the time frame that was mentioned. We are planning a work session with the Planning Commission. There will also be an update meeting where the plan will be presented to the community plans will be presented prior to it going to public hearing in the next coming months.
Okay, perfect. Great answer. Thank you.
One thing I will note as well, and we have already begun a process of them coming and actually doing boots on the ground site visits. One occurred last week, and they will be coming again with their whole team to the other village. So they've come to the courthouse area. They'll be working on Centerville as well.
Awesome. Mr. Lumpkins?
Are we settled with our prior consultant? Have we settled and we're paid in full?
Yes. We are working on that. We've been doing some reconciliation with the contract and invoices. Staff has been going through that and reviewing. And we have, at least at this point, received all final invoices from the previous consultant. So by that I mean at least everything that they are working to bill us, they've had their final opportunity to submit or remit invoice for.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good questions. Anything else, board? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, that is it for our new business. So we're going to be heading into our dinner break recess, and we will be back here at 6 p.m. Good evening, everybody. Looks like we have a great crowd tonight. Thanks for everybody for coming out to our evening session of our Board of Supervisors meeting. I got a few things on the agenda tonight. We'll start off with citizen comment, and then we have a presentation from VDOT, and then after that we have 2 public hearings on some land use cases. So the way this works is that we go into our citizen comment period. We have 3 minutes per person. You just come up to the front, make sure the green light is on. There's a button at the base. Address the board, please. And during the comments, whether it be public hearing or citizen comment, we just ask for decorum. We try to respect everyone, so for the speakers and for the audience. So if you could just please address your comments to the board, and we'll have a great evening of a lot of citizen engagement. The citizen comment period is for things that aren't on the public hearings tonight. The VDOT report, there is no public hearing because it's just a report being presented to us around Fairgrounds Road. And again, when you come, just give us your name and your address, and you'll have about 3 minutes. The lights will blink, and they'll start to blink yellow, and then when your time is ended, they'll blink red. We ask you just to try to wrap it up so we can respect everyone's time. Okay? Good stuff. All right. Well, welcome again, and at that, I will open the citizen comment period. There's a red button on the base of the mic. There you go. Perfect, thanks.
Hi, my name is Tina Winkler, and I'm from Maidens. And I have a couple of concerns. One is that I reached out to one of you and never got a response. And with transparency, I think I'm owed a phone call back.
Okay.
So when can I expect that phone call?
This isn't a conversation or a debate. We appreciate your comments, and we will be responding appropriately.
Great. My other concern is that one of the board members here has FOIA'd personal information from the school district for every person, every parent, guardian, phone number, address, email. That is, to me, an invasion of privacy and should not be, it's a violation of her ethics, in my opinion. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Ms. Winkler.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matthew Price. I reside at 2070 Maidens Road. I'd like to go on the record for denying the approval of Route 632 safety study and yield my time to Mr. Ben Sloan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Sloan, 2052 Maidens Road. I also would like to request that you deny approval of the Fairground Road study, as I am a person who drives on Fairground Road multiple times every single day, and I would yield the rest of my time to Ben Sloan.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan.
Mr. Chairman, our members of the board, County Administrator, Madam Council, Madam Secretary, my name is Ben Sloan. I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak and at the same time address this committee. First, the board, excuse me. First of all, let me say that I appreciate the opportunity that you did create this, ask for this study, and sincerely appreciate all the work that's been done, and in particular by Mr. Austin Goyne. I do have a couple comments. I understand that the what is actually in the agenda might not reflect properly what is the action that's going to be taken with regards to this study. But what I wanted to point out with regards to this study is several things. First of all, the annual fairground accident rate that is specified within the study does not include 2022. And it does emphatically state 2018 was the highest year of accidents on the road. That is absolutely true, and that's also confirmed by the data that is available from the Goochland County Sheriff's Office. And I might add that I believe that data should be included in any study because the FR 300M report that's commonly filed has criteria in it that might not yield the actual accident rate that's appropriate for the road. And I have, as you know by this point, sent a series of comments in with regards to this study. I will also move on to address And so therefore, let me backtrack. 2022 was the highest accident rate on Fairground Road. It beat 2018, and that's a bad sign of things to come, especially with all the approved development. One of the things that's in the study says there's an assumption there's a 1.5% compound annual growth rate of traffic on Fairground Road. It does not declare where those numbers come from. It's kind of reminds me of the old joke on a blackboard where it says, then a miracle occurs, and there's a solution in the equation. I think that needs to be specified, and I will suggest that with data that's available, either from the Goochland County Sheriff's Office, freely available, and they're very readily share that information, you'll see that the trends are nowhere 1.5% just in last year alone. And if you look at the approved information that we have, or the information we have about the approvals of lots, it's only going to get more dramatic of an increase. And it's focusing down on just the area around Fairground Road and the courthouse, there's no way to support the Goochland County Village study, as far as I'm concerned, because of the fact of all the traffic that's going to be required to go in and out of this area. Now, if we look at the UVA stat chat that came out earlier, I believe it was last week, Goochland County is recognized as the fastest growing county in the Commonwealth of Virginia, only behind New Kent County. And that becomes very important when you consider what's going to happen with the traffic that is on that road. In addition, the history safety analysis section does not include any type of discussion of all the historical documents that have been applied to road. And there's two important factors in that. One is that there are numerous documents that studied the traffic, and that they need to be analyzed and used. The second thing is there are commitments that are made in there in terms of relative safety. And I think that's an important thing, to either dismiss all that or to recognize it, change it, or say it's valid. The intersection findings subsection does not include the Fairground Road Animal Shelter Adoption Center, Central Convenience Center, Hidden Rock Park intersection at all on Fairground. That's probably the third most important intersection on Fairground Road because of the amount of traffic going in and out of those facilities there. I think the improvements overall are good, but there's other things that can be done. For example, we have within the eastern part of Fairground Road, past Maidens Road, we have 3 passing zones. There's no need for 3 passing zones in that area, especially the one that comes up on the area of the intersection with the animal shelter. Those are hazardous areas, and I'll suggest that shouldn't be done. There's also a lack of specification of other things in there that include reflective paint and other things that need to be done, like, since we are in the village at that point, past Maidens Road on Fairground Road, decrease the speed limit to 35 miles an hour. That is kind of the speed limit that's set for the rest of the village outside of the other side of Maidens Road going down to the 522 Maidens Bridge. In general, the study contains more or less singular point data, not trend data. Data acquisition is so low cost today, data analytics is even lower cost. And I think it's very important that the county establish its own, let's say, systematic review of data and set up data acquisition all across the county for these roads, and then provide its own feedback to VDOT. The document itself contains several, I'll suggest, opportunities for enhancement with regards to anywhere from referencing, there's multiple figures, 1s, 5s, et cetera, throughout the document, and other problems with it. And so originally, when looking at the concept of approval, denial, deferral, that was in the agenda item, I was going to ask that if it was going to be deferred, that you consider it after the March meeting of the work session that's going to involve transportation on the 14th. And I'll also suggest that there should be Goochland County citizen input on the study, because I know this was just available and it was not posted on the website. And I think it's important for the people that are involved in Fairground Road to actually be, was that the last one?
No, you have a couple.
I'm sorry. So I think it's very important for citizen engagement, and I think citizens in particular that because of another issue you're very familiar with, that I've walked the road and talk to citizens, there is a lot of concern on the road, and there's a lot of accidents on the road. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for respecting the time, Mr. Sloan.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Jennifer Strozier. I live in Oilville. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. Recently, I took the time to review the Board of Supervisors' Code of Ethics and Standards of Conduct. I was deeply impressed at the thought and commitment to transparency that went into it. Your board holds itself to an incredibly high standard, and I'm aware that the previous board might not have held itself quite as accountable. In the words of the Code of Ethics themselves, the stewardship of such office demands the highest levels of ethical and moral conduct. That is, your board should be beyond reproach. But currently in our community, the actions of the District 1 representative has not been beyond reproach. There are those who feel that she has used her position to push a very specific agenda, that she has used her reputation and power as a board member to attempt to influence our school board and perhaps even our Board of Elections. The codes and standards themselves call upon Goochland citizens, when they feel the codes have been violated, to submit a complaint. In accordance with that, we have submitted a complaint to the clerk of the court. That complaint has been received, and we have been assured that it will go to all of the board members and the county attorney, who will review the complaint and determine if it is valid. That is, one from a resident, which alleges conduct that may constitute a violation of the Code of Ethics or Standards of Conduct. The most recent findings from an extensive Freedom of Information search has revealed two very disturbing requests made to the school board by the Board of Supervisors District 1 representative. The first one was a demand for the contact information of all the parents and legal guardians of all students in the Goochland County Public Schools system. The second is a challenge to the school curricula, specifically that dealing with the teachings of Black history in what can only be inferred to be an attempt to erase Black history. Evidence exists that this Board of Supervisors, Supervisor District 1 representative, organized and directed the public comment on July 2021, as well as a social media post by a rogue school board member on January 26, 2023. Both, it seems, attempts to attack the validity of the school board, superintendent, and school system. There's more, and coming in today, we will forward all the evidence and have to the clerk to be distributed to the board and county attorney as directed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Strozier.
Hello. Lauren Comstock, District 2. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. By now, you probably have received our violations complaint by Susan Lascolette. As a parent with young kids, I'm concerned about Ms. Lascolette's interference with our school system. We are just scratching the surface of the evidence that she has been doing this for years. We know she is sending out instructions to Goochland residents on what to harass the school board about. She is even publicly criticizing them in the Gazette. But I also wanted to address the FOIA, the recent FOIA of our school, the information about all of our parent guardians' personal information. A lot of us emailed and wanted to know what it was going to be used for, and we haven't heard anything back. Just on Friday, Ms. Worsing was handing out door hangers in the Goochland Elementary School parking lot. And she did not have permission, but that's a whole nother story. But, you know, does this have to do with the addresses that were FOIA'd? And I just learned today that she's also knocking on residents' doors and telling them that her opponent is in a different district. So I want to know what our addresses were used for. I ask for accountability for the Code of Ethics and the standards of conduct violations for Ms. Lascolette, and I would like her to stick with her elected role and stay out of our schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Bowers. I live on Prophet Road, 2100. I am here because I am concerned about the application for conditional use that's going to be discussed this evening. I live, is it,
Ma'am, this is for, that's something that's not a
that's
public
for
hearing.
later?
Yes, ma'am.
I probably should have asked that first.
That's
Thank
okay,
you.
that's all right. It
Okay,
happens
appreciate
all the
it.
time. We'll look forward to hearing from you. Okay. Anyone else for citizen comment period? All right, thank you. Citizen comment period is closed. All right, now we're going to move into our presentation from our partners at VDOT to present to us the findings of a study that was requested at the behest of the Board of Supervisors to study the safety and of Fairgrounds Road.
There you go. That's your pointer. There you go.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter. Philip Frazier. I work for VDOT. I'm the assistant resident engineer in Ashland. You often see Marshall Wynn. You saw him earlier today giving the maintenance report. What you're going to see a presentation on tonight is really what I kind of dig my hands into on a regular basis with traffic engineering and future project development. So just to preface, this was something that was requested by Goochland County as a priority corridor for the county, and we wanted to look at it from a holistic view of what kind of safety corridor improvements, might be, sought after to improve the corridor. So the study it doesn't require you guys to submit applications for any type of project. It's just a report identifying facts and presenting recommendations by our consultant, which in this case was done, the study was actually completed by Kittleson and Associates. So the agenda, real quickly, is go over the study scope, and I also gave each of the board members, if it got passed out, a copy of the handout. So the study scope, we'll talk about data collection, a little bit about what kind of data and what kind of charts you'll see in the report. I won't go into each bit in great detail, just want to give you an idea what's there. The improvement tier, so short, mid, and long-term solutions. Corridor versus spot improvements, what's the difference? I'll talk a little bit about the detailed recommendations, including the estimates, and show you some sketches. And then how can Goochland County use this document? So, and then I'll open it up for questions. And really, if you see something, and you want to stop me there, I'm open to that too. So with that, I'll jump right in. So the study scope, conduct a safety assessment along Route 632, Fairground Road corridor, from Route 250 all the way to just short of 522. We did not include the intersection of 522 because of the current roundabout construction. So that was about a 5.1 mile study area. So we looked at two priority intersections, one being Maidens and at Fairground, and then one being Broad Street at Fairground. What that really means is we got turning movement counts. That is what we mean by priority. We just got which direction is everybody going and coming from those intersections. I'll be frank, I'm not going to get into a lot about Broad Street and Fairground because there was a project done in the last 5 or so years, and it really solved a lot of problems at that intersection. And so when the study team reviewed it, they didn't identify any major improvements at that intersection. Okay, so data collection. Historical data and field reviews are used to determine appropriate improvements. These include, so this type of data in the report. Crashes, so your type, the date it occurred, severity, was it an injury, was it a fatality? Was it just a property damage only type of crash? Where's the location of the crash? The conditions, was there weather, snow, or was it at nighttime? So that kind of thing. Then we look at turning movement counts, like I said, at those two priority intersections. We considered existing conditions, and we also considered the future projected conditions, which did include a 1.5 compound growth rate. So, and that was done early on in the study. with the team got together and we determined what is the appropriate growth rate to include as part of the study, and 1.5 was what we agreed on. We looked at speed at a couple different locations, and then we looked at turn lane warrants. Okay, so the first one you see here is a crash analysis. Like I said, there's multiple versions of these charts throughout the report. This is just one. What this one specifically shows is the severity of crash based on the color. So orange being suspected serious injury, blue being property damage only. So that's what the colors represent. And then it also shows the type of crashes and how many we had. So you can see there was one recorded pedestrian crash. And it is correct that the crash data that we pulled was January 2017 to December of 2021. The thing I will just remind everybody is we kicked this study off back in roughly midsummer of 2022. Typically, when we pull crash data, we can get about 3 months prior. So right now it's March. We can typically pull crash data from December of 2022. So we did choose to use the cutoff date of December 2021 based on when the study started back in mid summertime of last year. Okay, so this is a data collection. This is a crash diagram. So what it shows is what kind of crash occurred where on a map. So the different shapes represent rear end collisions, angle collisions, run off the road, and that kind of thing. So this gives us an idea of what kind of crashes are happening, but also gives us a really good indication of crash clusters. So you can see, obviously, there's a crash cluster at Maidens Road and Fairground, which is not unexpected at any intersection. We see that. We see crash clusters at lots of conventional intersections, including signalized intersections. So not unexpected, but also there are some things that we can do to try and alleviate that. Okay, speed. We collected speed at 2 different locations, one on the west side, one on the east side. You'll see in the chart it actually, there's an error. It says east of Route 634, east of Route 634. One should be east, one should be west. But just to give you a high level, we collected an 85th percentile speed on the eastern end, which is a 55 mile per hour zone, of 62 in the eastbound direction, 60 in the westbound direction. And on the other side, closer to where we are now, in the 45 mile per hour zone, that speed profile showed an 85th of about 52 to 53 miles per hour. So also on the far right, what you'll see is the percentage of normal vehicles, mid-sized trucks, and then large heavy vehicles. Turn lane warrants. So this chart actually is in the VDOT road design manual. It provides, it's really our tool to identify when a turn lane is warranted based on volume. So if you see on the chart, it shows opposing volume versus advancing volume. In this particular case, the person trying to make the left to go southbound on Maidens Road would be the advancing volume, and the opposing volume would be folks moving east that would restrict them from making that movement. So you collect the volumes in the peak hour, and then you find that point on the chart, and you put a dot, and if it's over that line that says warrant, then a turn lane is warranted. So we did have multiple turn lanes warranted throughout the corridor, where there are no turn lanes today. All right, so improvement tiers. I mentioned something short, mid, and long-term improvements. Short-term improvements are intended to be immediately implemented. Things include vegetation trimming, sign replacements or new sign installs, and spot pavement marking, so like a stop bar or something like that. These are things that we do on a daily basis with maintenance. So we consider these short and something that we would believe that the residency can do at some point with our maintenance program. tier improvements. So these are a little bit bigger, and we might need some type of funding source to actually accomplish the project, but perhaps it doesn't require right-of-way or utility impacts, but it is a large-scale type of improvement project. That would include something like edge-line rumble strips throughout the entire corridor, or large pavement marking improvements, new guardrail installation, slope regrading, and some of these projects could be funded perhaps with the secondary six-year plan funds. That's something that, that allocation of money would be a good tool to accomplish some of these things. And then your long-term improvements include things that require a PE, preliminary engineering phase, require very specific funding source, and there's a good chance there is some type of right-of-way or utility impact associated with the project. These types of projects include turn lanes. There's a roundabout that we're showing, and a large-scale trench widening, which is a shoulder. It's trench widening, shoulder widening, interchangeable description, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. I have some pictures to show you what that means. One disclaimer. So the tiers are kind of intertwined on the sketches. So what you'll see is when you see these sketches, you'll see something that says a roundabout or a turn lane, but also it shows vegetation removal, right? So the vegetation, that's something that we believe we can do immediately, not necessarily a roundabout. So just want a total disclaimer that those things are on the same sketches, but they are differentiated in our estimates that I've also included. Okay, last thing about the tiers, so spot versus a corridor improvement. Spot improvement includes things like turn lanes and roundabouts. That's one particular location, whether it's at Maidens, whether it's at Broad Street and Fairground, particularly, or pointing out one particular intersection or one particular spot, whereas a corridor improvement is more systemic. And you consider rumble strips, shoulder widening, tree trimming. These are things that happen throughout the entire corridor as one project. So that's the difference between spot versus corridor or systemic projects. Okay, so the first detailed recommendation that is part of the report includes pavement markings and signage updates. This is to, like I mentioned earlier, install warning advisory signs throughout the corridor, stop bars, transverse rumble strips. Transverse rumble strips are different than your edge line rumbles. Transverse rumbles are something that are going to be across the pavement so that when you approach it, you hit it, and it's telling you to do something such as like slow down, you're approaching a stop sign. Okay, so that's what a transverse rumble is. This is one sketch of an idea or one particular location. This is at the just west or east of the intersection of 522. You can see there's a sign that's being recommended to be installed. There's some transverse rumble strips about in the middle of the page. It's hard for the folks behind us to see, but that's there. Don't pay attention to the purple and the blue lines quite yet. Like I said, intertwining the different tiers, that is more of a mid to long-term solution that shows up on the sketch. And then there's also some tree trimming that's called out in the text. So the estimate that was delivered by Kittleson was about $100,000. The residency, our group believes that to accomplish these improvements throughout the entire corridor, it can do it for something more around the limits of $35,000, which is something that we would do with routine maintenance regardless. So, all right, so installation of a left turn lane at Hawktown Road. We're going to recommending providing a left turn lane on the Fairground Road eastbound approach. There's also some incidental pavement markings associated with the turn lane construction. And then there's also some minor pavement markings that are not associated with the turn lane. Again, those are short-term tier improvements. So here's that sketch. So you're coming from 522, approaching the intersection Hawktown, and installing a 400-foot turn lane, 200 feet of taper, and 200 feet of storage. This would probably require some type of right-of-way and utility relocation at some point. and there's an estimate of about $930,000. I will tell you, these estimates that you're seeing are today dollars. They are today. So, if you apply for funding through some type of funding stream, whether it be smart scale or revenue sharing, these projects, it might take a couple years to develop and then a year to complete construction or whatever you have it. But so you would have to inflate these estimates for whatever type of funding that the locality would maybe pursue. Okay, Route 632 and 634, the addition of turn lanes. So there's two options here, two recommended improvements. The first one includes providing left turn lanes in both directions on Fairground Road, and then one right turn lane heading northbound on Maidens approaching the intersection. The estimated construction of that, including PE, right-of-way, and construction costs, so everything is about $1.6 million. Option two is a single-lane roundabout. This converts the conventional intersection into a single-lane roundabout that looks something like this. And that project, based on today's dollars, is estimated to cost about $3.6 million. All right, so roundabouts. I figured it's a good time to just say, hey, why roundabouts? It's so much more expensive, right? It's a couple things. So improves safety at the intersection. It reduces collision points. At a conventional intersection, there are 32 collision points. That is where one vehicle is moving in one direction and another vehicle makes an opposing movement and they can collide, whether it be head-on, whether it be an angle crash, a T-bone, something like that. There are 32 of those. With a roundabout, there are 8. And those 8, there's actually 2, but there are 2 at each quadrant. And it is a rear-end collision at low speeds, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and a side swipe when someone is in the roundabout and someone is yielding into the roundabout. Those are your 2 collision points at all 4 quadrants, so it's 8 total collision points. So 4 times less conflict points. So increased efficiency, fewer stops and delays, and shorter queuing, believe it or not. Promotes safer or slower speeds. I don't have anything on my slides right now, but I did a study on a couple different roundabouts in New Kent, and we showed where there was crashes before a roundabout were implemented. The speed differential between vehicles was somewhere around like 25 to 30 miles per hour. What that means is one vehicle was moving at 45 miles per hour, and one vehicle was entering the intersection at 10 to 15 miles per hour, and they collided. Huge speed differential. What you see at roundabouts is that speed differential drops to about 5 to 10 miles per hour. You see a vehicle entering the roundabout at 25 to 30, maybe, and you have someone in the roundabout at 10 to 15 miles per hour. So what happens is these collisions that happen within the roundabout are typically much less, that there's not a lot of injuries. They're much more property damage only type of crashes. So the slower and when we don't change the speed limit in the roundabout, it is the geometry of the roundabout that forces people to slow down. So that is key. So that roundabout really acts as a natural speed slower. It's the best I got. So long-term cost effectiveness. You can imagine a traffic signal has electricity bills to pay, and you got to maintain the mast arms and the poles. They do have longer cost operationally and to maintain. Aesthetically, roundabouts give you an opportunity to beautify the area, make it prettier, provide a gateway to a community. And then the last thing that we don't advertise on our website but is incredibly important is there's no signal warrant required when you're going to install a roundabout. So a conventional intersection, before you can ever put a signal up, it has to meet one of 9 warrants that are laid out in the MUTCD, and those are based on volumes. And the intersection particularly at Maidens and Fairground, doesn't actually meet the volume warrants for a signal. There is no requirement for volume warrants to install a roundabout. So I think that's a pretty added bonus for a roundabout. So I have this. This is a video. I don't even know how to start it. It's a link. So I will skip the video. It basically covers everything that I stated on the last slide. But it is a nice video. It shows a graphic of people moving through a roundabout, pedestrians navigating the roundabout. So if you get a chance, I would encourage you to watch it. Okay. Next, I have shoulder widening and rumble strips. So I said I would talk a little bit more about that later. We're showing that corridor wide. That project is estimated to be about $3 million. What that is, shoulder widening is taking the existing gravel shoulder, 1 foot to 2 foot, and cutting it out and replacing the gravel shoulder with a asphalt shoulder. It allows you to widen the road. You're not widening the travel lane. You're just taking the existing shoulder and replacing gravel with asphalt. It's easier to maintain, but it's also much safer if people leave the travel way. Instead of hitting gravel, they stay right on asphalt, and it allows more opportunity to recover. And at the same time, you can install what we call edge line rumble strips, which I don't have a picture. I do have a picture, and it looks something like that picture on the right. That is an edge line rumble. Obviously you can't put that on gravel, but you can put it on asphalt. So the 2 pictures on the left is a road in New Kent that was actually shoulder widened or trench widened by 1 foot on either side. It took the existing pavement from about 18 feet to about 20 feet. They did not include any kind of rumble strips, but with a road like Fairground, hey, that might be possible. So there are other things with rumble strips that I should mention. You do run into issues with noise, and that's one thing that if we ever decided to move forward with this type of project, we want to make sure that that's something that we were actually interested in doing, because the folks that live out there would likely hear it. So what rumble strips do, I would say this, caveat, is they do wake people up when they're about to leave the travel way. And it does help prevent some of these run-off-the-road collisions into trees, which can be very bad collisions. And I skipped a bunch of slides. That was really just showing the same thing, the same sketch, and just throughout the entire corridor. All right, so how can Goochland utilize this document? It's really a document, it's a study that takes data and then collects that data, and we provided recommendations. There is no requirement, there is no commitment from Goochland to complete any of these recommendations. It is just, they are recommendations at face value. So, but what it does do is it gives you an idea of what kind of improvements might be beneficial on the corridor, what might score well in a competitive application process, and it allows the county to prioritize those projects. So speaking of application submittals, many, just about any project you do of new construction is going to require some type of funding, and most of these fundings, revenue sharing, smart scale, even the CVTA regional program, they all require applications for funding. And those applications include requirements for scope, schedule, estimate, and a sketch. Okay? So what this report does, it gives you 3 of those things. It gives you the scope, the estimate, and the sketch. It gives you somewhere to start. You're not starting from scratch. You can go into Smart Scale and say, you know what? We are interested in that project. Here is a lot of, 75% of the legwork already done And this is what we believe the project is going to cost back in 2023. Now it's 2024. It might cost a little bit more by, applying inflation, but it gives you somewhere to start, so we're not starting at zero. And then land use. It's a tool for the board to make when making land use decisions. Is there things that can be done as part of a land use decision or a zoning case that are identified in the study? So you guys can use that. It's at your disposal for however you need to use it. So with that, I believe that's it. That's the study in a nutshell. I'll answer any questions, go into more detail if I can.
I think that's the first presentation I've heard from Luke from VDOT where I understood like 99.9% of it, so very, very well done.
Lawson here, make sure he heard that.
Good job. No, thank you very much for that. So board, what questions do we have at this point? Mr. Bonners?
If we go to the data collection crash analysis site, or slides, I just wanted to confirm, so those are, sorry, we got to go way back.
I had 30 slides.
No, I know, I appreciate it. I really want to just get confirmation. So
Sure.
those analytics are 5 years, 5 full years of review, correct?
So some of them are, like the crash data is 5-year data.
So one right before that.
Yeah. Yep, this is 5-year data. This is from January 2017 to December of 2021.
Okay.
What is not a 5-year data is speed. This is a point in time.
That's fine. All right. So if we go back 2 slides.
Yep.
The only thing that's hard to take away from this is, are these abnormally high? I mean, how do these relate to comps you see in your analysis and analysis from VDOT?
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I don't have the rates on me right now. We can absolutely look at rates. We can, what we do is we look at per 100 million miles, and we can identify a crash rate and a injury rate. That's a good way to bring everything into equilibrium, so you can basically compare apples to apples. You can take, incidents or crashes that happen on 64 and compare them to crashes that happen on Fairground. It may be in the report. I don't want to commit to it because I'm not 100% sure but it's definitely something that we can look at.
Okay, to the extent it can be, that'd be extremely helpful.
Yeah,
And then
sure.
the next slide, I just wanted to get a second confirmation. That's 5 years of diagram. People can see a diagram like that as a point in time. And so I just want to make sure we stress that, look, this is not a corridor of death. It's a place where, this is 5 years of data and we want to get it right, but it's not, over just a year or even a shorter period of time.
Sure, yep,
Okay,
that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Bonners. Ms. Lascolette?
Okay, Mr. Frazier, thank you very much. When we talked about this previously, the question came up about Dickinson Road and Fairground Road. And tonight we heard, and I think about it, is the animal shelter, Hidden Rock Park, and Fairground Road.
Sure.
So if you're saying, if we go back to you don't have to go all the way back, but it's at the end, what can Goochland do with this? And it's set priorities. Well, we decide we don't want those priorities, we want something else. It's not in this study. There's no reason we couldn't do that, right? Absolutely
not. That is totally the board's prerogative. To be clear, you are not committed or required to do anything in this study. That is not the intent.
Okay, because did this plan, Mr. Chairman, the second question, did this plan, and we really, I guess, haven't even published our village studies yet, it's being revamped and redone. So so that didn't even play into this, right? So the traffic's coming through there for a growth?
It was pretty limited. I mean, we used knowledge of the village study to help develop our growth rate at 1.5%. But beyond that, no, the village study did not get, covered in the study.
Yeah, and looking at it now, probably based on just the projects that already been approved, in the courthouse area, probably 1.5 is pretty low, to be honest with you, now that I'm thinking about it, because we have quite a few homes that have already been approved, even without the village study, so that one might be a little bit out of whack. But anyway, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lescott. Mr. Lunkins?
So following up on what Ms. Lascott just asked you, when talking about not committed to doing anything. So, let me organize my thoughts a little bit, because it's important. I think one of the concerns we have is if we, and some of the questions that I've gotten an email, and I think it was alluded to tonight, what is the significance of us approving this if we say, yes, we approve it? And where I'm going with this, you talked about scoring well, and that's the challenge that this region has right now is, the SMART scale, how do we score well? So and I too question the 1.5% growth rate, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about your basis for that, but maybe we can skip that if you can tell me that if you'd have plugged in 6%, would that change your recommendations? Plug in a much higher number, 6, 8%, would that change the recommendations of the study?
Oh, I don't know if I can commit to that. I mean, there's a lot of the turn lane recommendations that were made were based on 1.5%, so it's not like, maybe it becomes.
So the 1.5% is significant to the
it's
recommendations
significant.
that are in here.
Yeah.
So if we approve this, and we talked about not being committed to anything, and we want to do something else, but if this study's in place, we accept it, and then we go and say, well, you know what, we question that 1.5%, or I don't want this, approving this and that 1.5% to bake in that we're now going to score poorly because we're looking at 1.5% when the reality is something quite different.
Sure, and I think there's key difference between whether you guys approve it or you accept it as written. I guess at this point, the department is not expecting to, if it gets declined or not approved, to take it back and rerun the report at a 6% growth rate. That is not, the expectation of the
So if we
department.
approve this, I would reject this and say, let's wait until we get further down the road and we'll check behind you or because if the 1.5% is off and we accept this and we're stuck with it, that's going to really mess us up on scoring in the future.
I'm not sure how. Can you, I'm not following that logic. So based on the current, so what you're saying is you don't believe it's 1.5% number. Maybe the question is, can we ground that number? But I don't know. I don't see how it would.
If we submit and the 1.5, we're stuck with that 1.5% growth.
Well, I don't know if that's an accurate assumption.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Are we stuck with that 1.5% growth? Say in 2 years, we decide to pursue an application.
Sure, so if we can just focus on perhaps the roundabout, if the county wanted to say that's what we're going to focus our efforts on, we've got a basis with the roundabout. Let's rerun the operational analysis at a 6% growth rate over the next 20 years. That's the prerogative of the county, and you may get something that supports even more need for an improvement at the intersection. But again, that if you decide you're going to use 6%, it needs to be founded on fact and approved development, and it's got to be
Okay, it's got to be based in fact. So, but you're telling me the 1.5% growth rate that y'all use in the study, that's based in fact.
So that was something as a team that we all came together and we used. It's in the report. It talks about using historical growth, and it talks about approved.
So who's the team?
So it was a collaboration between Goochland County, the Ashland Residency at VDOT, the Richmond District Traffic Engineering Group at VDOT, and then Kittleson and Associates and RK&K Consultants.
And so our Goochland representatives, we had a chance to talk about the impact of the approved developments in this area?
Yes,
that's factored in. So in other words, if we get 2 years down the road and we're looking at, it's time to, say we focused on one thing or we're ready to focus on one thing, we can go back, maybe not have VDOT pay for it, but we can go back, get our facts together because it seems to me if we have a 6% growth then that's going to help us score, to your point. I think if we can show growth is higher, then that's going to support, I think, a better score.
But I think, so I think we've had a procedural sort of kerfuffle, can I say that from the dais? Just did. That, we're thinking that this approval denial actually means something. At the end of the day, if we deny this and there's a new board here next year, they say, hey, well, we had this study that was done that was denied. Will you accept this information? Philip, what would you say?
I'd say the study still stands. It's the same study.
Exactly. I think it was more of a
So-
procedural issue.
I will kind of compare it to a speed study. When VDOT does a speed study, the request might be to change the speed limit on Route 6 from 55 miles per hour to 45 miles per hour. And it is, we've done that a couple times, and every single time, for the most part, we've come back and said that we recommend the speed limit be retained at 55 miles per hour. That is not necessarily accepted or even approved by the board. In many ways, it's the board has disagreed with those recommendations. It doesn't change the facts of the study and why we made the recommendations that we made. So,
Well, and you're right, I guess I'm focused on the procedure, but I don't want to accept something that's going to box us in to assumptions that we are stuck with when we go to apply. Because again, I think more growth, 6% growth number, the way I understand smart scale, I'm not so sure about revenue sharing.
If this was akin to a report from the finance committee, and I said, this is just the report, there's no procedural, I can't see how this boxes this in.
And that's what I'm asking. I
Yeah,
just
sure,
wanna make
sure, no, I
it-
appreciate
It
the
doesn't box us
thoroughness.
in.
Yeah, I got one point of clarification, and for the members of the public, my name is Austin, I'm the transportation manager here with the county. When we go for, let's take the roundabout, for example, at Maidens, if we were to move that forward for, say, a smart scale application, we'd have to update the counts then anyway, because they have to be the most recent data. So if the village plan gets approved, say, late spring, early summer this year, we would have some new factual data to then move forward. So I wouldn't necessarily say the study's boxing us in. What we're hoping to get out of it is board acceptance that will help us mostly in some land use decisions as we see growth along the corridor, that, hey, if your growth hits a certain point where we're seeing these counts, say at Maidens Road, and it trips the need for said roundabout, it's going to aid us in those conversations with developers.
But Mr. Goen, do you actually need our acceptance to do that?
It just aids staff in those conversations because it provides a little bit of ammo, if you will, in the conversations with the developers. Because the studies, again, approval or denial doesn't mean anything, quote unquote, so to speak, as far as VDOT's concerned, but it provides that the board has reviewed the findings, they've seen the study, and it provides the board has more or less accepted this as a legitimate study. It's grounded in facts, and it will provide useful information moving forward.
I'm not sure I would be comfortable making that statement. I'm comfortable saying, yes, Mr. Frazier was here and presented a study to us,
Okay.
and that we're looking at it.
Okay.
But that's just my opinion.
Okay.
I have one, just shifting gears a little bit. Some of the emails and messages we've gotten from, I think, people along the corridor are concerned that they didn't have an opportunity to provide input. Is there ever a situation, would you normally, if you do this kind of corridor study, do you sometimes try to engage people along the corridor to?
Sure. So honestly, it just depends. We do complete studies that have a public involvement phase where we put out a survey and people, are able to chime in and say what they believe the biggest need along a road may be. But it's not uncommon to do a much smaller, lighter version of a study that does not include a public involvement.
And this was the smaller, lighter version?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To that point, Mr. Frazier, could you speak to, is it typical when you send a report like this to come and do a presentation and for it to come to the board?
No, this is the first time I've had the pleasure to do it. I think it's a really cool opportunity to show you guys, what was done in the last 7 or 8 months, because I know Marshall has come up here and say, hey, we're still working on this study. But no, it's not something that we have necessarily done regularly at all.
And
even with some of the larger studies.
Right, and the reason we moved it to this section, this is typically our better attended session. We wanted the public transparency to see it and know that we are working on this. I've said several times, even though this wasn't in my district when I was asked, this is the road I get the questions on. So this is, to me, a starting point for us to go, and I appreciate the work that the whole team did to put into it. Ms. McGee has.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, from what I've heard about some of the process discussions, I think the board has two options from what I've heard from both the board's concerns and VDOT's acceptance, and that is that this report could be received by the board, or it's possible that the board doesn't need to take an action at all. But I think either one of those may be closer to something acceptable at one or the others. Just a recommendation on process.
Okay, so procedurally, and I'll look to actually my parliamentarian, if I were to ask for a motion, no motion was made, it would just die on the table. Well, and the report we received, it's in the public record. So, but if I do want to give the opportunity, if there are other questions from Mr. Fraser. I do have a question. If for example, to Mr. Lumpkin's question, and I think we heard from one of our citizens that, some of the traffic data is a little dated for reasons of, timing. It just wasn't a report that got turned around in 2 weeks. So are we able, or is VDOT to say, hey, now that we have the 2022 traffic data and we add that to it, is that something our staff can do and work with you so that one slide that Mr. Vaughters referenced can be give us a better picture?
Yeah, I personally can pull crash data for the entire corridor for just the year of 2022, and I don't know if it would make sense to make it an addendum to the report, but it can definitely be something that we share with the county. I'll be frank with the process of the report itself. We tasked this out to one of our consultants. It was Kittleson, and their task is complete.
Sure. And so perhaps, Mr. Carpenter, as we move forward with our transportation work, we have workshops, we have agendas, we have quarterly meetings. We've heard some of the citizen comments and concerns. We can say, hey, can we fold into this to sort of answer some of the things that we heard this evening during the citizen comment period prior to the report?
Sure.
Great. Okay.
Let me just, Tyler, I think,
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I understood what you just said, but the agenda item in our packet says the board will receive a presentation from VDOT on the Fairground Road Safety Study and is requested to approve a resolution accepting the findings and recommended improvements. And then in the summary of information, the last sentence says, the results of this study will be presented to the board, last two sentences, having board acceptance of the study findings will allow staff to pursue funding for these improvements. So that's why I'm hanging up on the significance of what we're doing tonight.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate you asking for clarification because this was a public-facing document. But I also think we could make, as we do, we could motion whichever is more appropriate to whatever the desire of this board is.
Well, I move that we thank VDOT and Kittleson for their report and that we continue the discussion in our regular discussions with VDOT. I know that, just put something on the table. If it dies for a second, I'll understand.
We gotta wait for a second. Okay, there's a motion on the table.
The motion again was to thank them?
Thank
I'll say you're welcome tonight.
Thank you anyway.
I was going to do that either way.
Well, the motion was, the point was that I don't want to formally accept anything, but I think because we have really gotten in quite a bit more engagement in the last year with VDOT, that I just think there'll be some opportunities in the not distant future, and I think that's maybe what you were saying a moment ago. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the not too distant future to work more closely and prioritize the areas we want to start working on for improvements and getting the information together to put together an application that we hope will score well.
Okay, so that is the motion.
I'll withdraw the motion and let somebody make something that.
All right, look, if you were gonna build Fairgrounds Road today, you'd build it the way the recommendations are?
Oh, I don't know
All
if
right.
I should answer
I
that.
withdraw the question. It was a rhetorical question, because in the back of my head, how did one of our most important roads get to this point? But that's a separate question. Back to we asked for this study, right? And they're handing us this study. And we can either take it from them or say, no, take it back to, I mean, I would think that we just want to take the study from them and say, thank you very much. It's more quantitative, how many cars, how many turns, how much is it, it's not as qualitative. We've heard from citizens often that this road needs some attention. So we've asked for the study. They've done the study, they're delivering the study. I think that may be where it ends at this point.
Well, I'll make a motion that we receive the report presented by VDOT.
Receive the report. I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
You're not gonna thank them?
I was gonna do that after.
All right, any further discussion?
All right,
So
wait a
this
minute.
is,
Before you do that.
okay, discussion?
Before you do that, so just accepting it, that's what your motion is?
We just received it.
Just received it. We've received the report. We can use this data if it helps us in applications, or we can do something else, like just say we want to do something at Dickinson or Hidden Rock that's not addressed here. I don't think it is. We can still do that. Doesn't matter, it's not in the report. Okay, all right, so we're just going to accept it.
To receive it. We just
Okay,
received a
okay,
report from
receive
VDOT.
it.
Mr. Waters, comment?
I am in total opposition to just receiving it. I will vote no, but it means that I would rather adopt it. So I just wanted that on the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion for receiving the report from VDOT signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's a roll call. Aye.
Do roll call, Paul.
Okay, I'm being asked for a poll for a roll call.
Okay. Ms. Laskewett?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
No.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you very much. I know
Thank
it's
you.
a heavy lift. Thank you.
It
very
was
much.
fun. I appreciate it.
All right, next item on our agenda is a public hearing for, actually, a land use for a, but the, have a deferral being recommended.
Good evening, yes. Pulling up the
So, Ms. Onitis.
presentation. I have a slide for it. Sorry, just really need the motion, is what we need. Let's see. Hold on a minute, which one is y'all's? Where is your presentation? I didn't. Jamie, where is your presentation?
With it being a deferral,
Is
is
this
it,
yours?
is it necessary to, I mean, we don't want to, I know.
Question. Is this yours? No
Oh, I
capital
see.
fraud.
Yes.
Is this it? Yes. So we have a deferral request by, for the application by Tuckahoe Lands LLC. The applicant is actually requesting a deferral until the April 18th board meeting.
Okay, so board, we have a request for the applicant for deferral to the April 18th board meeting for the application by Tuckahoe Lands.
And I will move that the board defer.
Can we just hold on just a second on that? And we have a a request by the applicant to defer. And typically, we defer if there's going to be some new information that may or may not change our minds. And so the applicant, I believe, released a representative maybe here today, that maybe they could speak to the reason for the request for the deferral to see if there indeed would be new information. Is that fair, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Is the applicant here? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you just let us.
Chairman Board, my name's Eddie Good. I'm a principal with Tuckahoe Lands LLC. We are seeking for a deferment until the April 18th Board of Supervisors meeting. This will give us time, additional time to address staff comments, resident concerns, and to work with Supervisor Peterson to make sure that there is a viable path indeed for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Mr. Good, if you could just hang
sir.
for just a second.
Yes, sir.
I know you haven't ironed out what your revised proposal might look like.
Correct.
We don't know just yet. In considering the deferral, this has come to this board with I believe, a 5-0 from the Planning Commission for denial. Is that?
That is correct, Mr. Peterson. At the last Planning Commission meeting, the commission voted 5-0 to deny.
Okay. So that would indicate to me that there's maybe just more than dotting i's and crossing t's here to get to an area that might proceed and go forward. Is that?
Yes, sir, that is correct. We have made substantive changes to the plan. We have a meeting scheduled with Jamie Sherry tomorrow at 2 o'clock to discuss with our land planner and our attorney.
Okay, again, without getting into too much detail, because I know you're not prepared at this point to do that, but at some point, and this is for discussion among the board and perhaps Ms. McGee as well, is at what point would those changes become substantial enough to refer it back to the Planning Commission? If it's, at the margin, certainly that's not a big deal, but if it's more than at the margin, if it's more substantial, like it sounds like it may or may not be, you're in a better position to know that than I am, but would it be appropriate for it to go back to the Planning Commission? Because one way for this to go is if we defer to the 18th and it comes back substantially changed, and we, at that point, need to refer it back to the Planning Commission, that would delay it even further. And this is the applicant's call, not this board's call, but I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on this, is if we were instead to refer it rather back to the Planning Commission now, if you think it's substantial enough, the changes are substantial enough to perhaps warrant that process to take place on the 18th, it may or may not save some time to do it now rather than then. Have you thought about this at all? I don't mean to hit you at the podium with all of this, but you see where I'm going with this, right?
I do. We started with 17 lots. We have our proposed plan now. We have 2 plans that we're going to talk with Ms. Sherry tomorrow. One of them is taking the existing R1 with by right development in the front and then rezoning the back half of the neighborhood. The plan that we would like to proceed with is rezoning the entire development to 14 lots. That way, we believe that's a better neighborhood asset for the county, and in our opinion, it's aesthetically more pleasing. As far as commenting on the procedural, whether it should go to the Planning Commission or be heard on the 18th, I would probably have a better idea after we meet with Ms. Sherry tomorrow. With due respect, I don't think I could comment on the best path forward until we receive county staff comments tomorrow.
Fair enough, and I'm not trying to put you on the
No,
spot
I
here.
understand.
I'm actually just trying to envision different ways that this might break and what would be the best for all parties concerned and that kind of thing. So, I mean, I know there were other things besides the density, which is, I guess one of the issues was it was out of compliance with the comp plan, and that was an issue. There was other issues. The turn lane, I think there was a request for a waiver and not have to do one of those. And
Correct. Our traffic study did not warrant a turn lane, but as you all are aware, that is something that is negotiable between the board and a VDOT recommendation, and it's something that we are very flexible on But our traffic study showed that the only impact we were going to have along the River Road corridor was at Blair Road, and there was less than 1 car length of a delay at that turn. And that's one reason why we were just basing the wait-and-see approach on the turn lane.
Now, you said that VDOT recommended a turn lane, but your
No.
traffic study didn't, or?
No, our traffic study did not warrant, because of the limited number of traffic, and that was considering 17 homeowners and their daily trips. Now we're going to be down to 14, so we won't redo the traffic study since the traffic study showed a negligible impact on the road.
Well, then why the waiver then? I think there was a request for waiver of that provision?
Well, what we would like to do is, we would not like to have a turn lane off of it. We would be agreeable possibly to a taper. But a lot of the times when we do developments in other localities, this would be our first development in this locality, we typically, try to work with VDOT's recommendations. Sometimes they don't want the turn lane because it's not warranted, and we take a wait-and-see approach on that with the county. I mean, we want to be safe, and we respect the view of the board, and especially VDOT, but we're looking for a variance on that just simply because of our traffic study and the negligible impact on traffic.
A variance or an exception for what, county code, or where is the request? County ordinance requires one, but you're requesting a waiver not to have. Again, where I'm going with this is, depending on how you're changing the densities and the number of homes, and all, it may change the need for that whole thing. But at that point, I think we're getting into some fairly substantial changes, and perhaps maybe that might be a reason to think about going back and let's go through the planning commission. And maybe you get a different result there, maybe you don't. But this is why I'm having this discussion now, to try and, Ms. McGee, do you have some?
Well, I just want to make, to clarify, the only way that this applicant could go back before the planning commission is if it is remanded by the board. So the applicant himself does not have the option to choose to go back. This board could and would, at a point in time, if it found it in the best interest, remand that case. But, and I think that's what Mr. Peterson is suggesting, is that if you think the changes are going to be substantial enough, if you wait till April 18th and the board then decides to remand, you'll be, then maybe 6 weeks till the next planning commission meeting you could be at. If, on the other hand, you wanted to save yourself some time and suggested to the board that you're making tonight, that you're making enough changes that you would need a remand, then tonight the board could do that remand, and you would have saved yourself a little bit of time. I think that's what Mr. Peterson's trying to suggest process-wise, just to let you know about that additional delay that could occur if you wait till the 18th and then they decide to remand. I think that's a fair statement of.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate that. Again, I think I'll have to stick with my original comment where I'll be in a better position to address that tomorrow. We do feel that we have addressed all of staff's concerns. We spent a lot of time reworking the plan, and I think you are correct and aptly put that the only issue that I'm aware of that when we meet with Ms. Sherry tomorrow would be the resolution of the turn lane. And of course, given any fact of any other comments that they have, since they have only had the plan in hand for probably about a week.
Okay, so I think, thank you for that, and I think what you may have also heard was that if we defer this to the 18th, and then tomorrow or the next day you meet with staff and decide you want to go back to the planning commission, it doesn't work that way.
I understand that.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
okay,
I'm well aware
okay.
of that.
Okay, just make sure.
And I understand, and I appreciate the county advising me on the time value of my money, and, because that's always in our forethought.
Fair enough. And so, at this point, your request is still?
Yes,
the
I would
18th,
still stand by our request to defer to the April 18th Board of Supervisors meeting.
Understanding that if you come back to us with something substantially different.
I understand the risk.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I want to follow up what you said earlier. You said, and I understood what you were talking about tomorrow, you'll know after that meeting. It sounded like you might be looking at two paths forward, and one, you said R1 in the front, leave it as it is and do something differently. If you end up, do something different in the back, is that what I understood, that you leave R1 by right?
That is correct. The front of the neighborhood has already been zoned R1. The back half is A2, and so that would require zoning, or we could, by right, at a lesser lot, which we haven't explored that option.
You have not explored that option, right?
No, sir. What we would like to do, as I stated, and this is our intention to staff, would be to move forward with the 14 lot of rezoning the entire property, as opposed to going the by right path, simply because we think it's going to be a better overall development.
So where I was going with this, so when you said you had two paths, if after tomorrow you end up with by right in the front, how many houses will that leave in the back part? Not by right, but if you get the.
Depending on the road configuration, possibly 2 lots, if not 3 lots in the back, but I would have to wait because we haven't explored that.
So that would be, that by definition, I think would be substantial change. So if you were gonna, I'm kind of trying to find a path forward so that.
Understood.
After tomorrow, is there a way for us to make kind of a conditional decision that we'll defer it unless you go to that other, unless you change and go by right with the different lots, and then is there a way to, probably too tricky or complicated?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's something that.
We want to try to.
Can be done.
I was again trying to.
No, and I'm trying to give you as much information as I can of where we stand, but it's hard to, obviously, we would like to work, through our development company and across other localities. Part of the development process is working with staff, to make sure that we have everything ironed out. And so it's hard for me to address those in full transparency when we haven't met with staff. And given the fact from our denial application, of our application, and then moving forward at this point, there's a lot to work with in a short period of time. And that's why we've just given staff that plan of our revised development last week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Okay, Ms. Lasclat?
I actually have a question for Ms. McGee. If we hear this on April 18th and we decide remand it back to the Planning Commission, would they be able to hear it, do you think, in their early May meeting?
No, ma'am, I don't
Because
believe
not
so,
enough
because they
time.
have to have 2 weeks of one after the other of an ad.
Okay.
And so they've got an early May date. So given
So-
that that's April 18th
Right.
because of the budget,
Right.
there wouldn't be a possibility to have it heard in
Right,
the
it's
May Planning
off,
Commission. That's
yeah.
why when I was trying to calculate earlier, I was saying that'd probably be at least a 6-week,
Right.
probably at least the 2 weeks of April and all
Okay.
of May until it would be heard at the PC.
So it'd be the early June for planning, if that were to happen.
If that
let's
were to
say.
happen, right.
Just trying to get a
just
sense of it.
Thinking of through a possible timeline, I think it would be June
Okay.
before it would be at the commission, and therefore July before it was back before the board. Assuming all standard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, board? Do you have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
okay. Mr. Chair, I move that the board defer consideration of rezoning RZ 2022-00004 for 14.298 acres on tax map numbers as presented to our April 18th, 2023 meeting.
Second?
Thank you. A motion and a second. Further discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Fodders?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lasclat?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you. Folks, we're going to take 10-minute recess. We'll be back here at 7:30. That's big hand on a 6. All right, ready? That's pretty good without a gavel. All right, if we can make our seats, please, we'll gavel back in here in a second. Warren, are we good? All right, thanks everybody for coming back. We are for our second public hearing tonight. And just so you know how this piece goes, if you haven't been here, as you see some faces that have been here before, what's going to happen is staff is going to come up and do the presentation from the staff's perspective. Then we're going to ask the applicant to come up and give any words if they would like to. The board may ask a couple questions at that time, and then we'll open up the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes to come up, and I've already explained that, so I won't go into it again. We do have a lot of people. Something that is helpful is you can make your way up and sit in the front row until the next person is done speaking. It does save a little bit of time. Obviously, we want everyone's input. If we start hearing the same, it is perfectly acceptable to say, I'm in favor of this application, or I'm not in favor of this application, if all of the arguments or discussion points have already been made. We're pretty quick most of the time, so we will understand. And then after that, we'll ask the applicant to come forward to answer anything they have heard that they would like to address. And then I will look for a motion, and there'll be potentially a first or a second, and then we'll discuss that motion, and then we'll take a vote. So that's how it's supposed to go. Let's see how we do. Ms. Unitas, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, as well as Mr. Carpenter. I'm Crystal Unitas, Deputy County Administrator, and I will be presenting before you all tonight. You all have for your review and consideration this evening a conditional use permit from Capital Broad LLC. This is for a short-term rental unhosted, as well as a public assembly place. And there is a ask for a waive requirement for paved parking. The area that is seeking the conditional use permit is 15.2 acres, and it is located at 5061 Broad Street. The current zoning is A2 Agricultural Limited, and its designation is a rural enhancement area. This is an overview of where the property lies. I would point out where it is in relation to a few things. This is Sycamore Road. No, sorry. Broad Street Road. It's near Sycamore Creek subdivision, as well as it is also adjacent to our Centerville Village area, which actually delineates right about there. This again is another aerial just showing some adjacent property or parcel zoning rather. Again, you have some green space located here that is included in our Centerville Village area. You have residential in your yellow, which is Sycamore Creek, and then you have some commercial, which is over here in your red. And this is again along the Broad Street corridor. This is an aerial. This is the conceptual plan as provided in the conditional use permit application provided by the applicant, which highlights from their application the actual parking area as well as proposed overflow for the event venue, public assembly place, as well as the venue tent area, and then the existing house short-term rental location. On the, sorry, I'm left-handed, so right side of the screen, I guess, yeah, right side. There is a diagram that shows the closest dwellings. They are roughly 510 feet, 530 feet, and 350 feet to the nearest adjacent direct homes or dwellings. So in summary, their application, they're seeking the ability for an event venue for 30 events per season, which would run spring, summer, fall, an event duration roughly of 4 hours maximum, and one event per day unless they're related events, which means, you know, if I'm having a rehearsal dinner and then the actual event of said wedding, if that occurs. But again, that concept of the related events. So attendees, 80 to 100 attendees. They're proposing a 100-foot perimeter buffer along east, west, and south property lines, parking of a maximum of 25 spaces, 1 detached sign. And again, based on the conceptual, utilizing tents in the rear of the dwelling. This is a visual of the property at its frontal facing view on Broad Street. There was a community meeting held, and I will note that the community meeting was held November 15th, 2022. At that point in time, there were 8 attendees. There were a variety of concerns that were mentioned or questions that were asked, namely relating to what you would typically see someone ask for an event venue location, whether it's, the noise, alcohol, attendance, any kind of buffers, traffic impacts. Generally, at that point in time, there was not any expressed opposition or support for the proposal. I will say, let me stay on this slide. Again, this was the county code meeting required. Since Planning Commission, the applicant has recently had an additional meeting with the community adjacent to their site, Sycamore Creek, at the community's request. And additionally, the adjacent community, Sycamore Creek, has had a meeting with their district supervisor as well. So there has been quite a bit of community dialogue on this project. With, again, touching on community input, we have, since the Planning Commission, received quite a bit of communication regarding concerns ranging from use and location, site sound impacts, number, frequency of events, hours of operations, safety, potential impacts, lack of experience, environmental impact on the Tuckahoe Creek floodplain, and as well as potential concerns cited from those writing emails on the unhosted rental. The applicant has made updates based on the Planning Commission to their conditional use permit application. So some of the feedback that they have worked to directly respond to is amplified sound and how those devices will be oriented towards Broad Street and away from residential development. A daily limit, as I mentioned briefly before, 1 event, and the events will only be Friday through Sunday. A weekly limit of no events Monday through Thursday. And again, a monthly limit of this being a seasonal proposed venue for consideration, where the events run from March 1st through October 31st, being on weekends. So no events in November, December, January, February. And limiting the number of overall events to 30 events per calendar year. A little more on just the general operation, identifying hours, Friday noon to 10 p.m., Saturday 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., Sunday 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., an event duration, looking at limiting that to 4 hours to address some of the concerns with long overrun events. Tents are to be removed within 3 days of event conclusion. Sanitation, to comply with VDH standards with temporary toilets, hand washing facilities, and trash cans removed within 3 days of event conclusion. Event management, the property owner or a designee will be present at all times during events on the property. This, staff and I wanted to make sure we provided you all with some context of, one, some overview of comparable short-term rentals and or venues, places of public assembly that are in operation. So one, I would like to first define, so when we talk about a short-term rental, whether it's hosted or unhosted, that is, defined as 30 days or less of a stay. Since 2020, the county has had ordinances in place that allow for short-term rentals. There are currently 10 permitted short-term rental unhosted facilities or properties through conditional use permit operating in Goochland County. And overall, Goochland County has 13 places of public assembly venues that operate. So I'll take a moment and just walk through this. This table shows Valentine Road, which is a venue. It shows Hill, which is a venue / campground and also serves as a residence. GCJ Holdings, which is a venue, campground, and residence. Thurston, which is a venue, short-term rental, unhosted. If we move on, expanding this table also shows Orapax, that is a venue and an unhosted rental. There's River Run Manor, which is a winery and B&B, as well as a residence. Dover Hall, which is a venue and B&B also, obviously means bed and breakfast. Bandit Ridge, which is a venue as well as residence. Running Mare, which is a venue and serves as a residence. Adams School, which is a venue, B&B, school, camps, and residence. Moving on to some of the conditions that would be applied to this conditional use permit if approved. Amplified sound having conditions of subwoofers prohibited, amplified sound prohibited outdoors with exception during wedding processionals and ceremonies, inside open structures that are enclosed with temporary barriers, for example, a porch or tent with flaps, oriented all sound towards Broad Street, no amplified sound or music outdoors after 10 p.m., and fireworks prohibited. Additional conditions include no hunting or discharge of firearms, no trespassing, no signs posted along all boundaries, no trespassing signs rather, posted along all boundaries, RVs, tents, camping not allowed for overnight accommodations. Standard conditions, sale, lease of property. So if there is a transfer of property, if it is sold, standard notification process applies where the community development director needs to be made aware. Additional conditions include with the short-term rental unhosted, those were for the public place of assembly. Use, that it may be operated for a short-term unhosted rental with a maximum occupancy of 8 people overnight, and that is based on the current septic capacity as, reviewed and approved by VDH. If there are septic upgrades, no more than 10. And again, that's signed off on by VDH. Carbon monoxide and smoke detectors shall be in place and comply with uniform statewide building code. Again, so conditions that would be applied to the conditional use permit for short-term rental, if approved, would be the structure maintains residential appearance. Guests must be informed in writing of the following conditions: their occupancy limit, the no amplified sound outdoors, and no music outdoors after 10 p.m. Observe all no trespassing signs, no hunting or discharging of firearms on property. And again, it would be stated that the conditional use permit would expire within a 5-year piece. And so to put that in context, when the short-term rental was heard before the Planning Commission, they voted to approve it 5-0 for the short-term rental for the full term. Again, with public assembly place, looking at the use, how the property may be used as an assembly, operating to hold events such as weddings, birthday parties, charity events, and similar activities, subject to the conditions that have been mentioned previously and those 13 through 33. The conceptual plan for the improvements of the conditional use permit shall generally conform to the conceptual plan which I showed you all earlier in the presentation, and required approvals that no activity as far as any event or organized activity at the venue would occur until the POD, plan of development, would be approved. And that there has to be, health department inspection and approval as well. So going through the conditions again, or additional conditions, emergency access has to be maintained, lighting has to be compliant with our dark sky compliant, and additional language there. Landscaping, there is robust requirements regarding landscaping. One of the rationales with this is it would allow for and foster supplemental plantings during the plan of development process to also enhance buffer between adjacent property. Public assembly place conditions, again, maximum of 100 guests per any public assembly activity event, a daily limit of 1 event, each Friday through Sunday. Weekly limit, no public assembly activity event may be held Monday through Thursday, and I know I've already stated this. Monthly limit, that they may only be held through March through October 31st. So again, a seasonal venue. Also, again, on the public assembly place, annual limit of the 30 events per year, limiting the hours of operation to the weekends. Alcohol consumption, if and when alcohol would be served at the public assembly venue, same rules would apply as with any other location, that they would have to have the applicable licensing from the Virginia Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, and that all applicable laws and regulations are enforced. Parking, again, minimum of 25 parking spaces, and overflow shall be allowed based on the designation in the POD. Paving waiver is being pursued, and no parking along Broad Street Road. Little additional on the conditions for the event tent area. The public assembly activity and related activities shall be located and take place within the area designated as the venue tent area on the conceptual plan. Event tents with the appropriate permit from the building official. Tents may be erected for an individual assembly, again, for the 3 days. And sanitation, again, as we mentioned, with the portable toilets and refuse collection. So again, sign related to use, that they would have one detached sign. Event management, the property owner or designee shall be on property at all times during an event, and an annual notice as far as a report being provided to the zoning administrator on the number of events, number of attendees, and the dates. The public assembly place was approved by the Planning Commission with a 5-0 vote. However, they did recommend approval for only a 1-year conditional use permit, whereas the standard is 5. Happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Ms. Onitis. Any questions at this time before we hear from the applicant? Ms. Lescalet.
Okay, Ms. Onitis, thank you very much. Would you go back and begin at the beginning of the conditions? Went through a couple of things kind of quick. I'll be sure I've got it. First of all, while you're doing that, how many acres of this property are in the flood zone?
Ms. Lascolette, I will defer to Mr. Coleman. He is this is his planning case.
Okay.
I can't give you an exact acreage. It's about 2 or 3 acres. The Teco Creek runs behind the property, and there are a couple acres back there. They're in the floodplain.
Okay, I guess maybe the map's a little deceiving. It looks like it's more, but, okay. So, okay, go ahead to the next one. Oh, so the hours. So Friday, noon to 10, Saturday, 9 to 10, Sunday, 11 to 9. So when we say that, and it's a little bit later, oh yeah, it is, here it is. Tents removed within 3 days of an event conclusion. So if they have an event on Friday, they have an event on Sunday, they leave the tent up on Saturday, take it down within 3 days by Wednesday then. Is that how it would work?
Within 3 days of an event conclusion.
But the Friday one concludes on Friday. See where I'm going?
Correct. So I think that that's getting into a legal interpretation. Overall, they have 3 days of operation. So if they have one of their events, one's on a Friday and then the next one's on a Sunday, the tent would remain up if it was needed for the Sunday event.
Okay.
They're not to have a tent up for a prolonged period of time, and after an event, it has to be removed within 3 days.
Right. And so the sanitation, the temporary toilets, how does that work? Is that determined by the number of people? Who determines that?
That would be based on the individual working to coordinate the event venue space with the property owner and their discussions. So it would be event specific.
Okay. I think skip to like number 24. Well, come back to that. All right. Okay, those were the hours again. Okay, so all right, so they could have an event on Friday, by this proposal, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, an event each day, but none of those events can be more than 4 hours.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we talk about 30 a year, now that would be 3 that are used
Yes, ma'am.
in that scenario, okay? And then 29? Oh, that's the sanitation again, okay. Okay, that's all the question, the last question I have, of the dozen or so events, venues that we have approved at this point, do any of them, they all have some kind of a permanent structure, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. They all have some either standard terms and conditions or variation thereof that are specific to the site.
Oh.
Yes, they're all permitted, and they base their operation of what is permitted on the property based on standard terms and conditions that have been developed that get molded to each site based on site-specific.
But there's a
requirements.
physical structure.
Yes. I will defer to staff for that definitive answer for that.
Okay, that's a different question.
Yes.
Again, Ms. Laskett, Tom Coleman. Yeah, all of the other venues either already had a structure or constructed a structure as a part of their CUP process.
Right. Okay. And the current, maybe this applicant can answer, the current residence that is being rented out, right? They're not living there. It's a rental property.
Yes, ma'am. At this current moment, it is a rental property
But
with a
long-term.
renter inside of it, yes.
Right, long-term.
I don't know if they are long-term, but they have a renter. So it is currently a rental property that they are seeking to then instead have a short-term rental unhosted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Peterson?
Just want to follow up really quickly on one of the first questions, and we probably don't need to go back to the charts. An event on Sunday, tents have to disappear, temporary toilets disappear within 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If you have an event on Friday, that means it all comes down Wednesday night, goes back up a day later. Is that really the way this is set up?
So
There could be 1 day in between?
yes, the applicant proposed some conditional use permit changes from the Planning Commission based on feedback. And these are the changes we have received
Okay.
at this
fair
point in
enough.
time.
Just, really, just a question what,
Yes, sir.
It's
In
being-
theory,
okay.
that could be the scenario.
okay, thank you.
All right, on this side before we get it from the applicant. Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Pull it up for. No, I can do it for you, yeah. I'm just gonna get it pulled up. Is this it, Tom? Here, you get it, I did a, date. Sorry.
This is yours, right?
Second.
This one, correct? This is you, the venue.
Yes.
Okay, this will advance you forward. And this is your pointer. If you need it. You just really need this one, okay? I'll sit right here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. B. Hi.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board, Mr. Carpenter. My name is Pratyusha, and I go by Pratt. I live in 12021 Amberwood Lane, and I'm requesting a conditional use permit for unhosted short-term rental as well as a public assembly place. I did want to take a couple minutes to kind of share my vision with the board on the public assembly place, because that's where most of the concerns were from the neighbors. in, if I know how to do this, yes. So I'm a first-gen immigrant from India. I moved to United States about more than 20 years ago. And I've been living in this area for 20 years, in the western area, Short Pump area. And just by driving on Broad Street to work every day and just looking at the growth of this region, and the proximity of this particular place up to 288 and 64, and within the range of our majority of the land parcels from Mannequin Road being commercial or semi-commercial or retail, I felt that this place would be a perfect opportunity for people to come and have spend a couple of hours outdoors with friends and family, and then go. So this also, this is stemmed from my own need as well as my friends and family, where we are looking for a place to, kind of gather and celebrate, but which is not confined to four walls. So we either have to drive too far away from the western area to find a place that lets us spend some time outdoors. So that's where I found a business gap or a market gap, that, hey, a place where people can come in and hang out in outdoors in warmer weathers for a couple of hours without having to drive too far from the interstates to 88 or 64 and then West End. That's where it all stemmed from. This will be owned and operated by my own family. We are a family of four. My husband, a gentleman that I've been married to for 24 years, is with me, and I have two young kids who are at home right now. We are a hardworking family. We give back to the community by teaching programming and robotics to underserved students, especially female students in the Richmond metro area. So I know the commission has recommended 1 year of permit, but I'm requesting a 3-year permit, considering that a major life event such as weddings and retirements require advanced planning, and also considering the uncertainty in the market conditions. The 3-year permit would kind of give me to see how the business would be for a full season, for a couple seasons, and that also gives an opportunity for the county and for the neighbors, for myself, to see how the business operates. Moving on, within the 25-mile radius of the proposed application, the new home source data reveals that there are 114 new communities, and there are about 7 farms and gardens which actually offer the outdoor area for celebration. And this also helps the county, not majorly, but to a certain extent, to promote growth for the small businesses that cater the celebrations, like the florists or caterers or photographers or event managers, where it adds some dollars when the business runs in this property. Public safety has been one of the major concerns. Obviously, it involves people coming in. So we took all counties' recommendations into it, and we are not going to have Broad Street parking, and there will be an overflow parking inside the property, in addition to the 25 parking spots that are going to be paved. And we will also ensure that the land will not be disturbed in the creek area, in the floodplain area. Like Mr. Coleman mentioned, it is towards the end of the property, towards very rear end, so it will not be touched. It will be kept as is. And we also want to make sure that there will be dark sky lighting so that the neighbors are not disturbed from the lighting. And any other signage or the lighting requirements that are on the Broad Street towards the east end are going to be followed. And like the staff has presented, there will be an on-site attendant during the events, making sure that all the conditions are met. This is where I wanted to get into a little bit of details about how I envision this property. This is surrounded by the Sycamore Golf Course, and it is within driving distance to 288 and 64, and within like 4 or 5 miles to the growing Short Pump area. And it's I probably will be wrong if I measure the distance between the Mannequin Road signal and this property, but it is like fifth or sixth land parcel. And all the land parcels are from the Mannequin Road signal after this property are commercial or semi-commercial or retail, like I mentioned, except for the community. So this is where I envision folks to come in, celebrate birthdays or graduations or retirement parties, probably some nonprofit events or charitable events and some corporate events, and also the weddings and rehearsal dinners. So the guests will have an option of a temporary tent setup if they would like. The tent will be set up prior to the event and removed after by local vendors. And I spoke to a few vendor providers within the area, and depending on the demand and depending on their staffing, they usually take them out at their own standard procedures, like a day or a 2-day, at the maximum of 3 days, depending on how busy they are. Again, for porta potties will be set up for and cleaned and removed by waste management services. Again, I spoke to a couple of vendors within the area. They have their own standards. That's how we'll be going with them, which also gives them business. Most of this is covered by the staff, but I did want to call out that the original plan was substantially changed based on the feedback that I've received from the community originally, as well as most recently, November and then February meetings. For any small business to sustain in this uncertain market condition, the availability of the location as well as the flexibility of the hours is a key for at least for the first few months or first few years to sustain. So because this is an outdoor event place, the warm weather is a key. So that's why I have reduced the operations from, originally I planned to operate all 365 days, but now it is reduced to 8 months of the year. That's like 66% of the year, which will be operating from March 1st to October 31st. Again, Richmond weather, I've been living here for 20 years. Richmond weather has been, it's kind of unpredictable. Some months are warm, some months are cold, so it's give and take, but mostly the majority of the events will be occurring between March and October. No events in November, December, January, and February. And this is a change from my original plan, because I saw folks coming and gathering around Christmas, around Thanksgiving, and some months have been warm, and some days have been warm. But I did change this so that the neighbors have those months free of events. So this is a pretty big change that I had to make myself. And the reason for that is, the reason for me thinking that it's a big cut is that Richmond has been a melting pot for many cultures. And each culture will have their own traditions, some go by stars, and there's all kinds of nuances, sorry about that. And so there will be some weddings or celebrations during the weekdays as well, or during those months as well. But to respect a neighbor's privacy and sound and all their concerns, I've cut back the events by almost 40%. And the number of events are 30 or less for first year, because most of the season is already over. By the time I get the POD approved, it's only going to be a few months. But I do want to have some flexibility for next year, for second year and third year, up to 50 next year, and then 60 for third year. And this is just a target. It is not necessarily, does not necessarily mean that I'll have that kind of business, but just having that flexibility is going to set me up for success initially for the word to come out. And then, the availability and flexibility, again, matters to a small business to sustain. Another change is operates 3 days per week on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Again, this is a big change for me. I did want to operate 7 days a week, but after hearing neighbors' concern, I have reduced it to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and no events Monday through Thursday. One of the major concerns from them was the sound traveling. So, considering or comparing with all other event places nearby that do allow outdoor events, that do allow outdoor ceremonies and weddings. No subwoofers will be put in, so the sound doesn't travel, and then bands and amplification devices will be oriented toward Broad Street. This is all covered by the staff report. I think this is redundant, but I did want to call out that I made significant adjustment in the plan to address their concerns on sound traveling. So the amplified music stops is below 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday and 9 p.m. on Sunday. I just wanted to summarize real quick on the revisions that were made from the original plan to address neighbors' concerns. I believe I've been pretty flexible, but I did want to call out that the months of operations reduced from 12 to 8 months, number of days operated 7 to 4, and further down to 3 after the most recent meeting. Reduced number of hours of operations on Sunday, originally planned until 10, but then considering it a Sunday, it reduced it by an hour. And the event limit reduced to 30 for the first year from a target of 100. That's like an ambitious target. It's a gradual incremental target. It's a target. It does not mean that I necessarily meet it, but that's what I'm kind of aiming for. Again, I did have an asterisk there because I have not seen any other COPs operate at such a low event limit, but that's my research. And originally, the tent location was towards the Broad Street, towards the front of the property, close to Broad Street, but based on the neighbors' concerns, the tent location has been moved to behind the property, so they don't see it from the Broad Street, driving Broad Street. This is where I have tried to show my reasoning behind requesting a 3 to 5 year permission. Because we're in March already, and with the POD approval, I probably will not be able to start my any reservations until July 1st week. So having a 1 year permit will not let me see a full season. I can only take half of this month reservations and then half for next year. Like I said, major events will require advanced planning. And if there is no guarantee that this won't be extended, folks might not want to reserve after July 1st or March 1st or whatever the 1 year deadline is. So that is going to limit me from running a business successfully for year one with the investments that needs to go into the property. If a 2 year permit is given, it will give me one full cycle, which is going to be one full season next year, which is from March to October. That is going to help me see how the business runs for a full season. And if there are any adjustments that need to be made, I can come and request for changes. A 3 year permit is ideal for me because considering the planning and talking to the vendors, the tent vendors, different event places, and the waste removal, pretty much all the weddings are planned for next year. So that will not help me get a lot of business for next year. So I probably will be running low on reservations because pretty much everybody has planned their wedding for next year. So a 3 year permit is going to give me a full year for 2025. Then that by the time the county would have an idea, I would have an idea, and the neighbors would have an idea of how the business runs and where the adjustments need to be made. Again, I'm willing to work with the neighbors to make adjustments for me to be a successful, for me to run a successful business, but yet to be respectful for their needs. I think I'll stop here. If you have any questions, please let me know. And thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Yusha. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant before we open the public hearing? Mr. Waters?
You mentioned investments going into the property, but you didn't present anything related to that. Costs for events as you present it will be borne by those individuals who make the reservations.
That's right. So currently the property is rented for a short-term resident. And in order for, based on the conceptual plan, I need to plant some trees and have some landscaping in place and pave the parking space as well as set the venue place to be accessible to public, probably, have some concrete or a pathway laid. But that's the kind of investment that I'm talking about originally, to even make the place ready for people to come in.
Okay. You also referenced, you've spoken to a few, and I'm quoting you from your presentation, and usually in your conversation with vendors, you've never engaged in a contract with a vendor.
I have
For an
not.
event, have you not?
I have not.
Just wanted to confirm that.
But I did want to add that some vendors have sent the contract agreements for us to review.
But you've never signed
I've
an
never
official
signed.
agreement with a vendor?
That's true.
Okay. Your reference photos, do you really believe it's going to look, I mean, I've driven by that site a number of times. It's heavily wooded. You're going to have leaves on the ground the bulk of the year. Do you really believe that the reference photos are going to be representative of the site?
That's the current photograph. I do have a monthly lawnmower or landscape maintenance company, which blows the leaves during the fall, and twice a month the lawn gets mowed, and the shrubs get trimmed. So all that, a maintenance firm has been in place.
Okay. And then finally, you mentioned a market gap. We are a county of 25,000, roughly 25,000 residents, and it was presented in Ms. Onidis's presentation, the sites we already have. That's not referencing Henrico, Powhatan, local areas. I want you to expand upon a dramatic market gap in need for venues like this, especially if they don't involve a permanent structure.
Yep, definitely. And that's where this business differentiates from the rest. Majority of the places have 4 walls, confined walls, and not everyone wants to spend time between those 4 walls. And some places, this place is super accessible to the growing western area with 288 and 64. Folks don't have to drive too far if they have to have a place that does not have a structure. So that is where this place differentiates, because I'm looking for folks who want to come in and celebrate outdoors.
So you'd recommend a lack of a structure is better than a facility that has a structure and the outdoors?
I'm not saying that it's necessarily better, but it differentiates for the rest of, and that's where the market gap is, because some folks want outdoor celebrations.
Okay. I'd be shocked to find many venues that don't have both. You're talking about a venue that has just one.
That's right.
That's the gap, in my opinion, excuse me. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughters. Ms. Lasclet?
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. So the current residence that's on the property now, you're saying that's being rented out, is that correct?
That's right.
And that's on a short-term rental basis?
Yes,
Okay, so that is, you don't live there?
I don't live there. I live 10 minutes from that property, so I can drive by like a few times a day.
Right. So, I guess short-term rental, unhosted, I think requires a CUP as well.
That's right. That is included as part of this application. But I took time to talk about the venue, but then the short-term rental is also part of this application.
Right.
Did I answer your question right, Ms.?
Well, just trying to figure out if you're already doing.
Oh,
part of
that's
what you-
not. Well, short-term rental by definition is 30-day or less. These residents are at a 3-month lease, like the lease extends every 3 months or so. That's what I meant by short-term.
Okay.
Long-term is like where I had 18 months of lease before, so that's what I would consider as a long-term.
All right, thank you.
Does that help? Okay.
Okay. Looks like, all right, thank you. We're gonna get ready to open the public hearing. All right, I'm gonna open the public hearing. Please come up and give your name, your address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Turn the light on there, sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Bowers. I live on 2100 Prophet Road, which is the very end of Prophet Road. Tuckahoe Creek is in my property, and I am 225 to 250 yards from this property. She keeps referring to Sycamore Creek neighborhood, but I'm her neighbor as well. And one of the best things at the time of year where she wants to have her venue is my favorite time to be outside at night. I listen to the crickets, the peepers, I look at the stars, and I have some grave concerns that that's going to disturb my evenings at my own house, that I've lived there for 20 years. So those are my concerns. I do have a concern about where that property exists and people get on to 250. It's 55 miles an hour there. So I think that's a safety problem, especially if you're going to have a venue with possible alcohol. So it's something to be considered by the board. I think that we've had a bad accident in my family, and I always think of safety when it comes to driving. And another concern I had was that this is zoned agricultural, even though it is on 250, is outside the village concept that is the plan you guys all know about, that I love and I think is really important. I'm very concerned that when you give a little bit here and you give a little bit there, suddenly the concept will be null and void. And so I would like you to consider the fact that you know, over the years, Goochland County has had that in place, and I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Ms. Bowers. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Eileen Bates. I live on Prophet Road also. Our house is about 400 yards from the back of this property. So I'm concerned about noise, even though it's presented that the speakers are going to be facing towards Broad Street. Noise rises. It also usually goes downhill, which would take it into our road. I'm concerned that the people on the back side of this property have not been addressed. Prophet Road, Harold Road, that's about 60 homes that have not been considered that are going to be potentially impacted by weekend only. That's our time. That's our peace and quiet time. First. Second, I have a question about where they get the idea that this is going to be a wedding venue. I don't really know any woman that has a $5,000 gown on that's going to use a porta potty. So I'm concerned whether or not the plan actually fits what they're doing. And I thank you for listening. Thanks.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Hi, my name is Cicely Thomas. I reside at 2006 Sycamore Creek Drive. And I give my time to Mr. Greg Colisi.
My name is Josette Costello. I reside at 2011 Sycamore Creek Drive, and I would like to deny this project, and I give my time to Greg Colisi.
Hello, my name is Holly Stansley. I live at 2005 Sycamore Creek. I do not want this project, and I defer my time to Greg.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Janine Colizzi. I live at 2028 Sycamore Creek Drive. I also do not support this venue, and I give my time to Greg Colizzi.
Charlie Trimmer. I'm at 2015 Sycamore Creek Drive. I defer my time to Mike.
I'm sorry, to whom did you defer your time?
It's-
Okay, thank you.
All right, Greg.
I'm not going to screw up your system, so your help would be appreciated.
Let's see, Greg.
It's the one highlighted.
Okay.
So for those of you unaware, what just happened was you're able to defer some time up to a maximum of 10 minutes. So Mr. Colizzi, you have 10 minutes, so those of you standing may want to pull up a seat for a second.
Greg Colizzi, 2028 Sycamore Creek Drive. Thank you for including the community as part of this process. I know it's late. We're going to do our best to share our perspectives without a lot of redundancy. I'm here to represent the Sycamore Creek community as well as the surrounding properties as represented on this map. The push pins on it, on the map over here as well, represent people that participated in discussions, shared their concerns, and signed a statement in support of this presentation. This application clearly struck a nerve. You can see by the number of attendees who are here tonight. It actually sparked the first neighborhood meeting we've had in 23 years, believe it or not. So there was a lot of interest. People want to understand what's going on, what the impact is going to be, and show their concern for this meeting. I happen to live in the house that's closest to the property, directly to the east. Now, we've captured a ton of notes. Like I said, we've aggregated them. And really what it boiled down to is what information do you need to make a decision on this? And fundamentally, it's these two questions. Does the Capital Broad application meet the standards set by the county for a CUP? And then do the terms within that application meet the conditions that were outlined by the county for both the short-term stay and the public place of assembly? You guys probably know these regulations much better than the rest of us, but for reference, the ordinance needs to be and provide suitable regulations and safeguards to protect neighbors' properties. And it also has to demonstrate that there's a public need for convenience, welfare, and good zoning practices. And we do not believe that the application meets either one of these standards. There are numerous conditions that were outlined in the conditional use permit by the county just last year. I applaud the work the county did to organize these and clearly articulate what's expected for these CUPs. Now, you will see most of those captured within the application, although not necessarily all of them up to the requirement or the standard that we would expect for a property of this nature. So we decided to summarize the key concerns. Many of these were captured in both the staff report, and you've heard some of them from other presenters already. Goochland's mission is to preserve the rural culture, agricultural land. This property does, as stated, fall outside the Tuckahoe Creek Service District and also outside of the defined village area. So we just don't feel like this is the right use for this property for this type of an event. Sight and sound are major, major concerns for the property owners completely surrounding the property, not just the Sycamore Creek community, but those on the backside, as mentioned by the prior speaker. We all recognize this is going to be a growth area. And what we're looking for is smart growth and the protections offered by the zoning laws and codes that are out there. The hours and frequency of events, we got this updated presentation on Friday afternoon and it made the adjustments to ours. The information I just saw in the last presentation was new information to us. We thought it was going to be limited to 30 events total. We didn't realize there was a ramp over time, although the applicant did express the need for 100 events a year when we met with her, but the application itself indicated 30 events a year. So this is new information for us, and actually, frankly, pretty concerning. The other thing that stood out to me, and I'm glad that the staff report included that table grid of all the other CUPs that have been offered. We had that in our original presentation and decided there was too much information to really consume. Some of the things that stood out to us was this property is about half the size of almost every other applicant that's out there. There's only 2 that were smaller. And it's in closer proximity to any other property or residential community than any of those other applications. The owners of this property do not live on the property like many of the other venues. They don't have any event management experience, I've managed events for over 25 years, and I know it's not an easy job. It requires incredible diligence and detailed planning, and if they're not managed appropriately, it can have a significant impact not only on their business, their property, but every property surrounding that location. The lack of a permanent structure and restrooms really speaks to the lack of investment that they're looking to make in this business. And then the tents and porta potties are really not in keeping with what Goochland County is trying to establish for the look and country feel of the country. So ultimately, from our perspective, what they're asking us to do is to forsake a peaceful, quiet evening in our backyards for all the months of spring, summer, and fall, the time that we would want to use our backyards, that we'd be listening to music coming in from adjacent property. And for what? The staff report says there is no economic benefit to this. They haven't established that there's a community need. There might be a business need, but there's not a community need for this event to take place. Oops, I jumped one too far. A couple of other people are going to address some of the topics that were on the prior slide around safety, traffic, security, and those types of things, so I'm not going to go into those details. What I did want to touch on is Bandits Ridge is a comparable because this is a venue that is on Broad Street, similar size. It was 23 or 25 acres, I think, on that table. The residents actually live on the property directly behind the facilities. There's one neighbor in close proximity that does have line of sight to the buildings. Another one who's close proximity, but you can't see it because of the tree lines. The opposition for this CUP came from the residents that are on the backside of that very large, dense tree growth, roughly 1,500 feet away from the events. I took these pictures this past Sunday, if you haven't been out there, just to give you some context of what it looks like. It's very much in keeping with the county look and rural feel that is expected of any business that runs within the county. Within their CUP at Bandits Ridge, they were required to stand up a barn. They'd initially started with a tent, and when they found out they needed a CUP, the county required that they stand up a soundproof barn. Tents were not in keeping with the county, porta potties were not in keeping with the county, so they were restricted from using those. And most importantly, sound was controlled. It's a soundproof barn. They have to take sound measurements at the edge of their properties after each event and report it back to the county. None of those conditions were even considered in this current application. Some more restrictions that fall on them. Some of these are captured within the Capital Broad application, but we just left them in here for your reference. If you haven't been to the proposed property for this event, here's some pictures from the adjoining property lines. Mike, who's going to speak after me, would have this view from the backside. My house is on the east side, as I mentioned, and 200 to 300 golfers a day would be traveling to the east side of this property. So in summary, we don't feel they met or established a clear need for this CUP. We don't believe that the appropriate safeguards are in place. A number of the conditions haven't been met. The community as a whole want to support small businesses. We fully support the village concept. Mr. Costello and I have been working with the county on projects since 2006 around the village strategy. We support smart growth. We would recommend you deny this application because of the information we shared, the lack of need, the lack of controls, not within the county, and not consistent with the county requirements. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for adhering to your time limit. Appreciate it. So I believe you had 2 minutes provided to you? Right.
Good evening. Jeffrey at 512 Freak Shop Road, and I see 3 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Greffy.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Good evening, Mike Luscombe. I live at 220 Broad Street Road, immediately to the east of this subject property. After 17 years in Henrico County, we left in 2011 and purchased our home that is surrounded by recreational and agricultural lands. This immediate area is an excellent example of what Goochland County has to offer that can't be found in nearby high-density suburban areas. One of the best characteristics of living in the area is the efforts made by surrounding property owners to be good and considerate neighbors. In 2020, when the applicant purchased the property and continued to reside in Henrico County, I went out of my way to get to know them and I requested that they keep me in the loop on their plans for the property. Unfortunately, I never heard anything from them until just prior to the November 15th meeting. All right, I'm going to dive into the hot button topics of sight and sound. I'm going to talk about what the application calls for and what we see as remaining open questions. And I will reiterate what Greg said, that we did receive some new information tonight in the staff report that we didn't have as late as Friday. So forgive me if I repeat something that we didn't know coming into the meeting tonight. The first request is 100-person capacity. Does this include the staff? So will it end up being 110 or 120? Who and how will attendance be limited? Who's going to count? And how will the crowds be controlled if they become unruly? These, again, are open questions in our mind. The next thing that the application calls for is the temporary tents and porta potties. This is an enormous hot button issue for all of us, but particularly for me. This is my property right here. So I am totally exposed to this house. And Lisa, if you could please go back to slide 12 with the photos. Is this from Greg's presentation? Yes, maybe I can do it. I don't know. Okay. There we go. All right, so, all right. So yeah, this is the view, standing in my driveway directly to the east of the house. The two pictures on the left are directly to the east. And then the picture on the right is more from my home looking south up toward the back of the house. And you can see the garage and the house. And so that area right in the middle there where you see all those trees is where that tent's going to go and where the porta potties are going to go and where the trees are going to come out. So that gives you context for what we're talking about. Going back to tents and porta potties that can remain up for 3 days afterwards. There was a very good question earlier by Susan. If we have an event on Sunday, that means that the tents and porta potties can remain until Wednesday. We have another event on Friday. You would assume that they would go back in on Friday, maybe Thursday. So if you bookend those every weekend, you could end up with one day in the middle of the week where you don't have porta potties and tents right next to all of our properties and really an exposed site. I'm going to move on to trash cans in an open field, which must be collected in 3 days. How far will the trash have blown by 3 days? We have unpaved parking for 25 cars. With 100 guests and staff, you'll have approximately 40 to 50 cars. What will prevent guests from taking the road to the back of the property? It's not really shown on any of the images we're looking at, but there is a road that continues north toward Tuckahoe Creek, so you could drive well past the property down to the creek. We don't know how that would be controlled. We did hear a little something tonight on lighting. Prior to that, we hadn't heard anything about dark sky compliant lighting. Amplified music lasting till 10 p.m. Do all activities end at 10 p.m.? We don't know. What time does the property need to be cleared from guests and cars? Is it 10? Is it 10:30? Is it midnight? And how will that be policed? Amplified music, again, I'll go into that more on the sound side. Who will enforce the curfew? Who will clear the property and manage that 40 to 50 cars pulling out? Who will manage the 40 to 50 cars pulling out onto a 55-mile-an-hour state highway in the dark after alcohol has been served? Huge traffic concerns there. Lastly, on site, if there had been a commercial event space in existence at the time, we wouldn't have purchased our home. We definitely wouldn't have done that. The last point is the county's made a large investment in the Centerville Village Plan. What I just described with porta potties and tents and trash cans will be the first property you see at the western boundary of the village. How much time is remaining? 50 seconds. All right, sound, 30 out of 35, there's 35 weekends in their 8-month window. We could have 30 weekends where we have that sound, that activity going on when we're trying to enjoy our property. I'll really rush here. The application does not appear to be in keeping with the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and zoning ordinances. Therefore, I request the Board of Supervisors deny for a commercial business inside an A2 rural enhancement zone that will inevitably and substantially disturb and interfere with the peaceful enjoyment of neighboring property owners.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Lisco. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Marcia Biggers. I live on Roundfield Lane, 1806. No one's addressed west of this property. We're a little bit west. A couple weeks ago, I stepped out on my back porch to let the dogs out again. And I stopped in my tracks because it's February and I heard tree frogs. And I thought, you know, this is why I came back to Goochland County. I grew up in Goochland County, probably before a lot of you even knew it existed. There's a certain elegance to Goochland County that I'm afraid we'll lose with this sort of creeping into the county. After being away a lot of years and coming home, it's very disappointing to see some of the bits and pieces that I love and have always been special to Goochland County. Everybody wants to be here now. When I came back, I did not pick a spot to live that I was right next door to a neighbor on purpose. I could have done that in Henrico County. So please, let's not let what I see as something needless be right on the edge of what we're getting ready to even make better. And I would like to enjoy my nights out too on my patio, my front porch. I like to hear the fox. They yell at each other. Even coyotes, which I didn't know existed that many years ago out here. And a dog barking in the distance. I can hear all that now. I'm just afraid the unwanted din of music that I didn't select is going to encroach upon that. And for the rest of my neighbors on Roundfield Lane, we're not that far away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Biggers.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening, sir.
This is not made for tall people, I see. We'll make do. So Deshaun Chapman, resident of 2025 Sycamore Creek Drive. I wanted to share a perspective and share a story with you all to really give you clarity around some concerns that I have personally, as well as my neighbors. I actually moved from a high-growth area, or high-growth county, Chesterfield County. My wife and I, we lived there for about 15 years with my two daughters. And you probably know this, but a good part of Chesterfield County, in particular Hall Street, was dairy farms. And we witnessed that massive growth as developers built additional communities and businesses as fast as they could. Unfortunately, the infrastructure and the road didn't keep up with that growth. So if I didn't leave work early enough or come home late enough, then I spent a good deal of time in traffic, right? So those are the challenges of growth. So after our two daughters left for college, my wife and I, we fled Chesterfield County and decided to upsize, and we spent a considerable amount of time and money looking for our dream home. And it took us about a year. And so we had a requirement that had to be met before us to decide. And so we finally discovered Goochland, or the Gooch, as some people affectionately call. In particular, we found Sycamore Creek Golf Community. And although the property was twice as much, it checked all the boxes. So, it backed up to a golf course. The neighborhood was peaceful. We knew the area was zoned and protected, so we felt really good about our investment. So we decided to make that investment, and we moved into our home in November 2020. And so since then, we have thoroughly enjoyed our dream home. We enjoy the neighbors, we enjoy nature, the serenity, even the grackles that raid the bird feeders. Our home has become our oasis and our respite and place of refuge. My wife and I occasionally spend time on the deck in the evenings, smiling at each other as we are struck of how relaxing and quiet our neighborhood is. The reason why I'm here today is to join and bolster my neighbor's concern. I did not anticipate when I made that investment some years ago that there would be adjoining property that you see there that would host a wedding venue with a tent and porta potties and large gathering of alcohol usage. So I don't know what time you guys wake up and go to bed. I wake up at 4, I go to bed at 9, right? So not 10 p.m. So I'm concerned. And one thing I want to make you quickly aware of, about 2 months ago, we heard this noise, right? This music. And it wasn't my genre, so I couldn't figure out what type of music it was. And so my wife and I, we walked around the house, we tried to figure it out. And so only to figure out, to talk to Greg, my neighbor, and he heard the same noise. He clearly remembered it, and it came from this property. So this gave us a prelude or preview into what we could potentially deal with. I don't want to be the noise police. I don't want to be the traffic police. I want to enjoy my investment along with my neighbors. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Respected members of the board, my name is Vijay Thomas. I'm on 2006 Sycamore Creek Drive. We lived in Henrico for 20 years, almost 20 years in Twin Creek. We love the peace and quiet here, and we made a big investment. I also bought another 4-acre plot right across Sycamore Creek Drive, so I have 2 properties here. My main concern, I have 2 concerns. One is traffic, and the second is safety. So in Sycamore Creek Drive, we are lucky because we have a right lane. So the traffic can get into the right lane and get into our neighborhood, whereas this property where the cup is being asked, you don't have a right lane. So what will happen is the traffic will back up when people are trying to get into their property. And right now, for us to make a left turn going east on Broad takes 10 to 15 minutes. So that's going to compound the time that we're going to spend just waiting in our neighborhood. The other aspect also is it's rolling, Broad Street Road. So the speed limit is 45 miles per hour, then it becomes 55, right in front of 250 Broad Street Road. It's going to be a flashpoint for accidents And I'm really concerned that, it's going to be very difficult for us to ingress and egress out of the property. Regarding safety, we don't have any barriers. We don't have any, compound walls or picket fences or anything that could, it's an event. People love events. I like to go have a couple of drinks, maybe a few more, and then I just waddle around. I may end up in Greg's property. And Greg is like, "What are you doing here?" I'm just, I just want to be respectful, but at the same time, the 13 families in Sycamore Creek Drive collectively have invested more than, I want to say, 20 million. And we want to retain the character and the peace and the quiet of what we have invested. And I respectfully request the board to consider our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennis.
Okay, pretty new here to the community, but never thought I'd be up here representing 13 or so people in our community and obviously abroad as well. But good evening. My name is Chad Lawson. I reside at 2001 Sycamore Creek Drive, right here in Manning-Cabot, and I'm here to voice my additional concerns regarding the conditional use permit for the Kappa Broad's wedding and Airbnb venue in terms of ensuring compliance with the Goochland County ordinances defined in Article 25 of the Goochland County Lighting Code. That's also promoted with the IAS standards, which is the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, and their standard compliance as far as cutoff fixtures and dark sky initiatives. So, especially with knowing what wedding venues would typically take, albeit flood lighting, omnidirectional festoon type lighting, general safety, area lighting for parking, theatrical lighting in some cases as well. Actually, in my profession, I'm a commercial lighting and industrial specialist. So I actually work with architects, engineers, lighting designers. So very familiar with a lot of that code. And I know what it takes, as a lighting expert to understand the challenges that it can present with these county regulations to specify proper and appropriate lighting technology that does not trespass on nearby adjacent residents' properties and also does not shine, again, with code compliance into any direct resident's point of view or into their interior of their house. So really want to draw attention to some of those boundaries and, as far as the properties containing those lighting fixtures, code states that lighting is not to trespass and not to exceed a half-foot candle at some of those, the property lines and locations. So, as a wedding venue, I have, a hard time imagining that a lot of that lighting will not be trespassing at least, at a minimum of, 0.5-foot candles. But finally as well, again, like you guys have mentioned, didn't really see a ton of the new information that was presented. I think there is, certain ways that you can, accomplish this, but it is something that I have not seen any kind of lighting plans for or any formal submittal to the county as well. So would really appreciate seeing photometrics in that regard. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Rob Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Manning-Cabot. What is the most popular wedding dance song? Don't know? Me either. But I wouldn't want to hear it every weekend from March to October. The application submitted for the permanent venue using temporary structures lacks the improvements for it to blend into the community. Centerville is an adjacent area that makes this property located between high-quality development and rural residential. The 15 acres zoned A2, designated rural enhancement area per the comp plan. The comp plan goes on to say that REAs play a significant role in the rural character of a community. Also promote high-quality architectural and site designs compatible with the area. In Chapter 3, it says new rural commercial uses are to have scope and scale consistent with the character of the community. So does this application sound like it meets the site design that's compatible and consistent with neighboring communities in a rural assessment area? The short answer is no. I'd like to point out the provision 33 for the expiration gives the CU a one-year duration. The Planning Commission made this recommendation to allow the applicant time to open the business and demonstrate how it operates. Well, demonstrate what and to whom? There are no details of what a successful trial period looks like. So how do you make the decision? To me, contrary to the Planning Commission's 5-0 approval, the 1 year demonstrates that the Planning Commission has a lack of confidence that the applicant will be successful in meeting the requirements, minimizing impacts, and being a benefit to the county. That's my personal opinion, because I can't speak for the Planning Commission, but that's the indication I get. So after a year, if they don't meet the requirements to mitigate the concerns, then what? A denial then? Or another year to improve the site design? And what does that mean, since there's no trial period criteria? This is a serious issue for everybody involved. So in my opinion, this request is too reliant on being a small business over being a good corporate citizen, meeting public need, improving the general welfare, or blending into the community. Please vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, the answer to your question is the chicken dance.
Not the website I went to.
And now we know. And I'm not going to ask how Mr. Spoonhour knows that.
Many Northeast Pennsylvania weddings.
Yes, okay. Now I know that too. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. And I'm speaking tonight asking that the board deny this CUP request. And my reasons are based on the forced fit aspects of this CUP request. Let me explain. I view the comprehensive plan as an advisory guideline to give existing residents and new residents information on how the county plans to grow. As such, the comp plan gives a sense of comfort and security to existing residents. They know that. When used for guidance, the comp plan gives a general assurance what kind of future development might occur. It minimizes surprises. There's another benefit. The comp plan also gives new residents an understanding of what the guidelines for property are that they are buying and when they come to Goochland. It helps them understand that the property they are buying is not intended for certain uses. Yes, changes are possible, but they are not by right. So how should this specific CUP be evaluated? Well, there is the Peterson Doctrine, a process where the CUP request is made, everybody agrees, and everybody goes home happy. There is the good neighbor approach, a process where the disruptions to the status quo are minimized, and every possible accommodation to current residents are made. And then there is the keep the faith process, one that recognizes that current Goochland citizens made purchases and investment decisions based on the comp plan's guidance, and those should be respected. These current Goochland residents made home purchase decisions trusting that they would not be faced with a disruptive commercial operation being allowed to locate on nearby property. A denial tonight will keep faith with citizens already here, constituents who use the best information available to them, with the belief that their purchase investment decisions would be respected and protected. The simple question tonight is, will Goochland County's residents be better off with the CUP granted them than they would be without it? I do not believe that as presented, this CUP request for an events business at this location gets a better off yes answer. And please note that this request has already been deferred once. To give the applicant time to research the Peterson Doctrine, the good neighbor solution. That hasn't happened. So denying the application will give the applicant a year to explore a solution, if one exists. By doing that, denying, Goochland will keep the faith with the comp plan and with your constituents. Please vote to deny.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
Hi, I'm Stephen Shorrock. I'm at 12201 Brebner Ridge, and I cede my time to Mr. Costello.
Good evening. My name is Paul Costello, and I live at 2011 Sycamore Creek Drive in Mannequin Sabbath. I want to just recap what you've heard tonight as briefly as I can. Capital Broads LLC property is zoned A2. It is not part of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and it is not within the county's designated growth areas. It also adjoins a residential neighborhood. If you look at that map, Tuckahoe Creek is in blue, the service district. The orange color is what is defined in the comp plan as the core village area. And you can see where this property is A2, next to a residential community, most of which you heard tonight represented. It's simply not the right location for the applicant's requested use. A2 zoning offers many uses by right that do not require a CUP. However, Capital Broad is seeking to operate an unhosted short-term rental along with a tent and porta-potty operation as a primary event space. This requested use would be the first of its kind in Goochland. As you have heard tonight, all comparative CUPs have required permanent structures and indoor bathroom facilities as their primary space and must comply with a number of very specific and limiting conditions. We shared our concerns and identified a lot of red flags with this application. Many unanswered questions remain about how the applicant would achieve safe and orderly operations. Capital Broad LLC has not provided measurable safeguards to address our concerns and the continued use and enjoyment of our property. Nor has Capital Broad demonstrated how ongoing compliance with CUP conditions and requirements would be achieved. The applicant says she is flexible and that she wants to be a good neighbor, but she does not understand what a good neighbor is. The applicant does not live in the county and does not have the event planning experience necessary to run a safe and orderly operation as being proposed. Furthermore, the county staff report appears incomplete based on representations made by the applicant's intended use. Offering an unhosted short-term property raises additional operating, crime, and safety concerns. Short-term renters tend to take over the property they temporarily use without worrying about the neighbors or the impact or harm they may inflict on the land or the bordering creek. As neighbors, we do not want to have to police how long the tents and porta potties remain up or when they need to be cleaned, nor do we want to have to track down Capital Broad every time we encounter a potential violation of the CUP. From a business perspective, the applicant has simply not invested the necessary capital and resources as compared to other relevant CUPs to ensure that the short-term rental and event venue will be a benefit to the county. In summary, Capital Broad has failed to demonstrate how this entity would protect neighboring properties from the impact of the CUP. Capital Broad has also failed to show how the requested CUP is a matter of public necessity, convenience, general welfare, or good zoning practice. We appreciate you taking the time to listen, understand, and hopefully empathize with our concerns. We hope that you recognize our willingness to share recommendations that we believe would help preserve and protect our community. On behalf of our community, I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors deny Capital Broad's CUP application at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello.
Hi, my name is Ardella Peters. I live at 1817 Roundfield Lane, Mannequin Sabbath. I understand that as far as the noise would upset us of going out and onto our deck and enjoying the natural atmosphere that we've moved to 2 years ago. I also fear of everyone's time of coming up Broad Street and at the time would they be leaving and with alcohol abuse and would endanger the rest of the community. So as I deny this reaction, it's for my family.
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
I'm Mike Peters. I deny.
Thank you, Mr. Petrus.
Good evening. Steve Woodall, 1860 Roundfield Lane, Mannequin Sabbath. I'd urge a vote to deny this application just due to the quality of life. You've heard all these people spend 3 hours tonight and a lot of hours on other days because they feel it's important, and that approval is going to lead to a diminution of people's satisfaction with their properties, looking at porta potties and tents 5 or 6 days of the week. So I think it's irresponsible to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodall.
Hi, my name is Pam Peters. I live at 1817 Roundfield Lane. We've lived here almost 2 years. It took a lot for us to finally be able to move out here, which we considered the country, and enjoy all the quiet and the nature sounds and everything. And it's just hard for me to believe that the place we thought we'd spend the rest of our lives could end up being so much traffic and noise. And I'm also concerned about the danger with the drinking and the traffic. The traffic's bad enough on the road, let alone having all that great number of people coming in and out at one time. So I hope you deny it.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Folks, if we could take 10 minutes and we will hear from, if the applicant would like to direct any responses to the board, and then we'll entertain a motion. So 10 minutes, 10 after 9, please. All right, folks, sorry. Hot mic moment. All right, we are back in order. Okay, if the applicant would like to come forward and address any of the concerns that they have heard or address the board, feel free to. Please. Thank you, Ms. Shusha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to everyone who spoke, who came here and spent some time. Appreciate it. I did want to address some concerns that were raised by the neighbors. First of all, I want to start with no event management experience raised by Mr. Greg. I'm sorry, Greg, I do not recollect your last name.
Ms. Shusha, please, you need to address the board.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Mr. Costello and Greg said that no event management experience. Well, each entrepreneur has to start somewhere. This is my first step. Mr. Greg said he has 25 years of experience. He started somewhere. That's where I am today. And again, some learn as they go, some adapt, some are quicker to adapt, some are slower to adapt. I'm quicker to adapt. I learn as I go, and I want to make that statement that the experience comes with as you run the events. I wanted to address one of the main concerns. So all the neighbors are envisioning an event place where all 30 events will be weddings, whereas I am envisioning that place to be super small. I would like to start small, and that's why there isn't a whole lot of investment that's going in, because I'm focused on the smaller events where people are not ready to spend extravagantly. So the graduation parties, the birthday parties, the charity events. So that's where majority of the events are gonna be, not like 30 events where the music is going up and and you'll hear the same song for every weekend. So that's not how I envisioned it. And if I refer back to that picture, if you guys are okay for me to walk there.
It's okay.
So there are.
But could you do it from the microphone, please, so that people online can hear you?
Oh, okay.
Sure.
There are concerns from the concerns on the zoning being A2, the quietness, the peaceness. But if you guys imagine that place from Mannequin Road, there are 5 or 6 land parcels. The first one is Satterwhite, which is restaurant. The second one is approved for Mannequin Crossings, which is a retail space. And the third, after that, the golf course is there, and then the Sycamore, the neighborhood that these guys are talking about, and then my property, and then after that, the Virginia custom builders or some commercial property. So from Mannequin Road, after my property, pretty much everything is non-residential except for the community. So is it really, is that expectation that just this property stays as agriculture when rest of it is commercial / semi-commercial? That is one of the things. And Mr. Luscombe pointed out his house. His house is pretty uniquely situated. It's not part of a community. It has like a narrow road. I don't know if it's a county-approved road or a private road, but it's straight 90 degrees from Broad Street, and the property is tucked inside. Whereas this property is 10 to 20 feet away from Broad Street with a fence, and the cars that can come in from the east side and then go straight into the property, and then the cars can come out and then wait there too. So there is enough space. If you go back to the conceptual plan or one of the pictures with the fencing, there are 2 cars that can simultaneously be there, one going in and one coming in. So some of the concerns that were raised by the neighbors were like, oh, the traffic is going to be backed up on Broad Street. That's not a concern because there is enough space for cars to go and even take a U-turn without without staying on Broad Street. So they're completely 2 different traffic egress-ingress situations as raised by some of the concerns, or as raised by some of the neighbors. I'm sorry, I'm going through the things.
That's okay.
So obviously, no trespassing boards will be there for all in all different directions. So And then there will be, the clients have to sign, thank you so much. The clients have to sign, if you can give me 1 second, please. This is obviously a stressful situation, so I need some water.
Sure, take your time.
So no trespassing signs in all directions. Making sure that, and in the application or in the contract, there will be a clause that folks do not cross those lines. So the clients will sign that, so that will ensure that the neighbors' properties will not be passed through. And one of the other things that were raised by the neighbors is that it's a A2 zone, and it does not permit the conditional uses. If I remember correctly, the A2 zoning or the current zoning does allow a public event place as a CUP. It doesn't grant right away the right access, but then there is a provision to apply for a CUP for that. Before I bought the property, when I looked at it, I did, during the initial 90-day, or I forgot what it is called, the due diligence period, I did talk to the county folks that, hey, this is not going to be just a straight no, but there is a conditional use permit process that I have to go through. And I've invested significantly in there too with the same idea. And Mr. Lascombe said that he went above and beyond to meet me in the beginning, but I actually walked towards the end of the property to say hello to him. Yes, granted that he wanted to know my plans in advance, but that's what the public meeting is for. That's what the public hearing is for. And one of the neighbors have compared it with Bandit Ridge, and I did have an appendix in my presentation, but I can talk about it. Bandit Ridge is, in my opinion, no way comparable to the application that I am applying for. The way that Bandit Ridge is situated, the venue place is situated, is it's way too close to Broad Street, and it's less than 100 feet from the neighborhood house. And for my property, there is a rectangular 15-acre property, and the venue is somewhere in like 1/3 of the property, 1/3 of the length away from Broad Street. So it's not close to Broad Street. And the nearest property that I have is like 350 feet away, which is the commercial property to the west. The neighbors that are representing today are like minimum of 500 feet away from my property. So the Bandits Ridge comparison, in my opinion, is not a fair comparison for my property. From a sound traveling through, or the concerns from the neighbors, they are not comparable properties. There were some concerns from Mr. Lascombe on who is going to monitor and who is going to ensure that it is safe. It applies to every CUP that is approved, I guess. I don't know how they monitor, but the same standards will be managed with mine too. And like I said, there is either an event manager or a property owner will be present there who ensures that no trespassing signs are obeyed, people leave by 10 o'clock, and so all those things, all those concerns that were raised, there will be a person who's managing them. So that is how I see it. And tents and porta potties. So some of the concerns were like, right after the Centerville Village, you'll see the tents and the porta potties. These tents and porta potties will be behind the property. And there is a garage, and some pictures are up there. There's a garage, and then behind the garage, the porta potties will be set up. And I'll ensure that there's some kind of screening around it so that folks do not see it. I do have some space where it will not be visible, it will not be obvious to people. So I can make that happen. The tents obviously are going to be behind the house. So folks who are traveling on Broad Street will not see a tent like up on their face, but it will be behind the house. So they'll probably see some ceiling or something of that sort. So the way that the neighbors are envisioning the property is they're assuming a busy wedding place facing towards the Broad Street, but that's not how I envision to operate it. It's going to be low-key. It's going to be smaller events behind the house with safety and every other concern that is raised being addressed by an event manager.
Okay, anything else that you wanted to address?
If you can give me 1 second, let me go through if there are any additional questions that are not addressed yet. Yeah, the sounds and the noise. I think given the commercial activity that is already approved for that region, I don't know if an event place that only operates 3 days a week for a few hours and just 30 times a year will be as much concerning as some other commercial or semi-commercial places that are already approved on there. I think that's about it. I know the number of neighbors seems large, but if you look into the property, there's one community that is towards my right, and then there are few houses behind it, and then there are few houses past the west. So it's not like there are hundreds of communities that is going to be disturbed by this. I'm just saying that there are 3 or 2 communities. And I don't know if that was the right thing to say. Thank you for this time. So with all this, I believe I have addressed all the concerns that were raised by the neighbors. And I do believe that this would be, even though this is not going to add major economical revenue growth to the county, this will help small businesses that caters to celebrations and parties. And also, West End is growing like crazy, and this is 5 miles from West End of Henrico, and I do believe that the natural, or maybe 8 miles, Mr. Chairman, the growth, this is the natural path to grow. If we do not have these, there will be dollar leakage to other counties, nearby counties, because there are lots of communities that are coming up. People do need places. People do not want to drive too far away. People want a safe place, and this is in close proximity to all of the development. And if this gets denied, there will be dollar leakage to other counties, because I do clearly see that there is a clear gap of people needing a place to celebrate. The growing number of communities need a place to celebrate. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Are there any questions for me?
Yes, I'm sure there's going to be several. I'm going to jump the line real quick because I'm really trying to understand something that it's not come through in staff's or your presentation or the questions. So we're looking at 2 different potential uses, and I'm curious how if you're going to manage them as one unit. So do you envision a time where you would have the events going on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and also somebody not affiliated with that event staying in the short-term rental?
So initially, when for the short-term rental, it will be managed through Airbnb, and then folks will come in. And then for this season, I do not anticipate any, weddings or if any big parties come in, having the property available, because it will be booked through Airbnb. But down the lane, when the scheduling permits, there will be some, there are probably some families that want to rent the property as a bride and bridegroom suite for a wedding. So in those cases, I might let them take their place in advance. And if not, then during the weekdays, it will be rented for others. And this is going to be down the lane.
So the potential could be both ways, right? So I could go to Airbnb, rent the home on a Saturday, and I'm surrounded by a wedding or an event. Or the other thing that can happen is I have a wedding, it starts pouring rain, and all of my guests come into that house that is not a commercial house.
Well, that is addressed through a few conversations with with the staff, saying that the house will have 8 people at any given point of time. It will not be more occupant than that. So if a wedding plan or if an event plan gets interrupted through rain, it will not be, the house will not be used for that.
Okay, thank you. Don't go too far, you might want to sit in the front row. Okay, board, any other questions for the applicant before we entertain a motion, or I could entertain a motion? Just so the audience knows, sorry, Mr. Bars.
Yeah.
So sometimes, strict rules say we need a motion and a second. We try to get to our decision as expediently as possible. So we ask for discussion and then potentially a motion and a second, and then we will discuss and then vote.
Well, okay, but based on the information in the staff report and from the public hearing, I move that the board deny conditional use permit CU 2022-00015 for unhosted short-term rental and public assembly place at 250 Broad Street Road on the grounds that it is not keeping with public necessity, convenience, general welfare, most specifically line of sight issues and traffic concerns and good zoning practice.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
I'm
now?
sorry, we're sort of in a procedural place right now, so I have a motion on the table, I have to address that motion, and then we can move forward with discussion after the motion. We
Or
don't
will I
vote
have
right
an
away.
opportunity to talk again?
Potentially, if the board has questions, yes.
Okay.
That's why I asked you if you were finished, because this is the board's time now to go to work. If we have questions of you or staff, we will absolutely ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. I'll start us off with hopefully what might be an easy question for staff. One of the things when I was walking the property, I did notice that there's not a lot of barriers. Now, it isn't fault, but in the staff report, it says a 2-inch caliber tree per 100 linear feet. Is that supposed to be 10 linear feet?
Mr. Chairman, I will defer to Mr. Coleman. This is his planning case.
Because I know barriers was an issue that came up.
Yeah, the idea is the buffer that's designated has trees in it, but it's not a densely treed area. So the idea was to give the Director of Community Development an opportunity to look where there are larger gaps and just to put some trees in those gaps. So a lot of the existing trees are going to be larger caliber trees. It's just to fill the gaps.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, discussion?
We have a motion that's been seconded, correct?
We do, we're in discussion. Seeing no other questions? Well, I didn't know, I couldn't tell. He's circling the plane.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all the folks that came out tonight. The input is very helpful in making our decision. I want to congratulate the applicant for stepping forward. It takes a fair amount of courage to start a business, to step out and try and make something work. You've got to believe in yourself in a big way that you can actually make something work, especially if you're new at the business and you haven't tried it before. So I just wanted to mention that to the applicant. That entrepreneurial spirit is something we need to keep alive in this community, and I encourage you to continue to look for ways to accomplish your dreams and your vision. You did mention your vision. We heard the vision from others. This board doesn't really consider visions. We consider the approvals. Is it 100 people or not? Is it this or that? What's being specifically asked for is what we consider. And we also don't consider, at least I don't, whether or not the business is going to be a success. That's not really our business. The business plan is not our plan. It's appropriate land use. Is it in the best interest of the county? Whether or not it's going to succeed or not, geez, if we only tried to approve ones that we thought were going to succeed, a lot of folks that could possibly succeed wouldn't be given the opportunity or the chance, and that's not fair. So that part of it is not something we consider either. It really is it an appropriate land use? Is it the right thing in the right place at the right time? Is it in the best interest of the county? Those kinds of considerations. And I've struggled with this one a little bit in that Tents and porta potties in my mind is, Memorial Day, 4th of July, some, temporary celebration of some kind. And permanent structures are more for permanent businesses that say, okay, here's 5 years, hope you make it, congratulations, and off you go. So permanent structures on permanent business, temporary structures on temporary business, and I'm getting a little confused with temporary structures on permanent business. And I know it's a gap that you're trying to fill. You think there's a market need out there that could be met, and you could make a fair amount of money filling that void by providing temporary facilities for a more or less a permanent business. And for me, that's a bit of a jump for me. And I don't think we've considered one of those types of things in the past, a permanent, business approval for using temporary facilities exclusively. I could be wrong on that.
Sorry. Sorry, that's correct. As staff presented, none of the other event venues have no permanent structure at all. They'll have a permanent structure attached to them.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So this is different than anything else that we've been asked to consider, and so that's the struggle for me, was trying to rationalize that. The short-term versus the temporary versus the permanent. And so it's hard for me to, see the way clear to say this is in the best interest of the county using a temporary facility for a permanent type business. So, all right, Mr. Chair, those are the comments I wanted to make. I'll just yield back. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Lumpkins.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Mr. Peterson said. If this motion passes, I guess just speaking for myself, a denial does not reflect anything about your business plan. It doesn't reflect, your experience or lack of experience. That has nothing to do with it. This is a land use question, and I'm with Mr. Peterson. I thank you for applying. I thank you for stepping up. I thank everybody here for speaking. It was a civil discussion, and every time we have these meetings and there's disagreement, it just amazes me how respectful people are, and we really appreciate it. And we appreciate the applicant as well. And you're right, I appreciate your comments that you need to start somewhere, and so any decision tonight that goes against your application does not reflect experience. And you're right, we did hear some comments that this doesn't comply with the ordinance. That's not correct. You came forward with a request to put conditions under a CUP. You're here before us properly. It's just that I'm inclined to agree with the motion that this is not the right place and not the right structure and layout for this location. But again, I encourage you to keep, to pursue your business. And I thank you for coming to Goochland and asking us.
Okay. Any other comments? So at this point, we are going to have to vote. We can speak. I'm happy to speak afterwards, whatever the decision is. But at this point, it looks like we are out of discussion, and we're going to have to vote on this.
The motion that was made spoke to both CUPs, ma'am. It did speak to both. There were concerns on the short-term rental, hence the motion to deny it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and just for clarification, for those, it is one CUP with two different uses on there. So an H was actually properly motioned for denial and seconded. And without any further discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes for denial. Yes, clarifying.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you for everyone for attending tonight. The Board of Supervisors stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 14th.